capacity, significant reduction of employment of young people, including graduates, sustainable entrepreneurial, SMMEs, cooperatives development, a holistic digitization and advancement of technology infrastructure, research and development, the effective and efficient shared service of information and communication technology, and the final program launched was the Rural Development for Community Impact. The 6 launch programs clearly demonstrate the SETA's commitment to championing collaborative skills development for the benefit of the country. The launch of the 6 SIPs was preceded by 5 panel discussions that focused on building a capable workforce for inclusive economy and for a developmental state, advancing the SETA-driven public-private partnerships on the delivery of impactful programs, addressing the trends across the economic sectors through skills migration, enhancing efficiency and effectiveness of the service delivery by SETAs, and the last panel discussion was on modernization technology, development trends, partners, or patterns and skills needed in the economy. The Minister of Higher Education in his keynote address further enhanced the 6 SIPs by emphasizing that cooperation and collaboration will not only be an ideal situation for the SETAs only. However, this collaboration should extend beyond the SETAs to other key delivery partners, including the funders such as the National Skills Fund. The Minister also emphasized the sectorial and cooperative balance in the skills development landscape, as well as the SMME support and digitization. It is clear that from the addresses by the Director General, the Chairperson of Chairs, the Chairperson of ASEO, as they set the scene for the summit, a common thread emerged. And that was agility, resilience, relevance, and the impact of brand SETAs as a whole. That is the one voice advocacy, which was highlighted yesterday, that no longer should we be working as SETAs individually, but collectively we must enhance brand SETAs. If, for example, 42 billion rand has been spent over the last 4 years, and 609 beneficiaries have benefited from our programs, clearly there is impact and there is direct lives changed in this in the SETA system. On a number of occasions, a voice of the SETAs has been weakened by few isolated deficiencies, which gets amplified through the media and other platforms, and in SETA has been the recent casualty of that. CHIPS presents the opportunity for collective branding of the SETAs, and our approved integrated communication strategy will anchor the implementation of the CEP program for the next 5 years. As I circle back to today, we look forward to the insights from the Statistician General, from the Deputy Minister, from the Director General, as well as the leaders, which is the CEOs, who will be driving the various commissions. Of utmost importance, it is clear a roadmap from various commissions must be established to clearly indicate how the CEPS program will be implemented, and we must come up with actionable outcomes that will help us to implement almost immediately. In conclusion, let us remember that true progress and innovation are born not from individual brilliance alone, but from the collective efforts of diverse minds working together towards a common goal. Through collaboration, we can achieve and reach beyond our imaginable desires. Chairperson, I would like to end there. Thank you very much.
Another one for the CEO, thank you very much. You did an excellent job, CEO, in connecting what we did yesterday and what we're about to do today. And so, let me take this opportunity and invite the Statistician General, Mr. Resenga Maluleke, to come and give us a very important presentation. Presentations of SGs are important because they give us the status quo. They give us as is, whether we like it or not, and they also help us understand the trends. They help us understand the trends. They also help us to be responsive to the real challenges, not what is perceived. And so please, a very warm one for the SG.
Program Director, I'm not a very good public speaker. I do struggle a lot. And in the event, I tend to struggle. Please do assist me. Just come and finish for me. Whatever number you finish with will be okay. Let me take note, of course, of the Minister, Program Director, the Minister in absentia, Minister Nzimande, and I understand that the Deputy Minister will be here later, but still let me take note of the Deputy Minister. But let me also take note of my brother and leader and colleague, Dr. Sishi, who we serve together in different committees, notably at the level of FOSAD, Forum of Directors General. Let me take note of SETA chairpersons, chief executives, officials, and of course, let me take note of the post-school entities and institutions that are here, senior officials of various government departments. I understand that the Auditor General's office was here yesterday. I was told to note them, but this is no nepotism. I just have to note. And then organized labor, organized business, organized community constituencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me indicate that in the event I have skipped you, it is not deliberate. Program Director and DG, if you would allow me to just note one friend of mine. So some 3 years ago, he tends to arrive at my place in the village, and he's looking for a cow to slaughter from my dad. So now my dad, as usual, says to me, the cattle are out of the pen. Now, and between me and my dad, one of them has to go and collect them from the field. It doesn't matter who the Statistician General is. It's between me and my dad. So, and I understood very well the directive. It's unquestionable. So I step off, and now the person I want to acknowledge is Mr. Kenneth Nechiombo. At the time, he was with the Mpumalanga at TUT, and I guess he's still there. And he then asks my father, "Is this not the Statistician General?" The old man said, "He's my son." And then now, imagine Mr. Nechi following me in the field because he can't see the Statistician General going to look for cattle alone to appease the old man. And so let me take note of him. I would like to see my presentation, which I'll try and rattle through. They said I must press here. I want us to talk about the population of South Africa. And I know many of you don't like numbers. When I say as of the 2nd of February, this is what the census told us when we came to count you. that the population of the country as of the 2nd of February was sitting at 62,027,503 persons. So please remember this number, because at the end of my presentation, we are likely to take a test and I will see those who will pass. But to make things easier for yourselves, just keep it at 62 million. I know some of you fear numbers. Keep it at 62 million. And sometimes as I'm presenting, I will say look on the left-hand side or on the right-hand side. It's because my teacher at high school who taught me arithmetic, they used to be inspectors, DG, at the time. They would come and see how the teacher is teaching. So our teacher had told us, my children, if you know the answer, raise the right hand. If you don't know the answer, raise the left hand. And the teacher will point all those who have raised their right hands. And the inspectors would always be happy. And of course, one of the things my teacher taught me was to gain confidence in numbers, whether I know the answer or not. So follow me, left or right, and then follow the colors if you don't like mathematics. Now, the country. What is the structure of this country? The structure of this country, let us start from the left-hand side. We have children 0 to 14 sitting at 16.4 million. And at the bottom, they account for 26.4%. And we have young people or youth, 15 to 34, sitting at 21.6 million, accounting for 34.8%. The young people or youth are actually the majority in our country. When we combine the children 0 to 14 and the young people up to 34, we actually have more than 62% of our population being young. And of course, adults sitting at 35 to 59, we are sitting at 18 million, accounting for 29%. And those that are 60 years and older, sitting at 6.1 million. And I'm sorry that for those that are 60 years and older, those who prepared the slides for me used the color gray on the right-hand side. I don't know why they chose that, but I have no control on colors. But those are sitting at 9.8%. Now, let us look at the median age. If we stretch the country from the youngest, when we went to count, a child who was born the day we went to count, to the oldest living person, and we wanted to see the middle age, the median age, it was sitting at 28 years. In 1996, it was sitting at 22 years. So what it means now is that South Africans tend to live longer. And when we look from the left, from the green color, we see like it's going down and forming a hump again. It's because what has happened, that down that we are seeing, it's the knock that we had during the height of HIV/AIDS deaths around 2006, 2005, 2006. Now, those who were children then are now older and are now having their children. That is why you see this on the left-hand side, we have a large spike. It shows that we are recovering on the number of children born. We use what we call fertility to measure the number of children born. Fertility is the number of children, live births, born to a woman in her lifetime. And we don't use men as a measure of fertility because men are not a reliable indicator of fertility. You will never know how many children they have had. Sometimes you have to come to their funeral to know how many children they have had. Whereas women always stay with their children regardless of who the father is. I'm only a statistician. I only measure. And one of the things I've been taught is to tell truths and only truths. Now, we have already spoken about the children. Let's talk about education. Let us look at children. In the census, it's the first time we asked this question. Since 1996, early childhood development. We had never asked it. So we wanted to know how many children are in early childhood facilities. So let us start on the left, gray. Every color gray you see children. It's a fact. Applause. More applause. Actually, we even have more women in our country and in the world. What happens is that all over the world, we have more boy children born than girl children. In our country, we have 102 boy children born to every 100 girls that are born. But between ages 0 to 5, boy children die in larger numbers because boys are not as strong to fight. Their immune system is not as strong versus girl children. So they die between ages 0 to 5. And when they enter teenage years, they die more of unnatural causes because they undertake dangerous enterprises. Like when they start to drive, they drive faster on the road, they fight, they stab each other and the like. It's a known fact. And in the end, we have more women. And sometimes when you attend funerals, you hear people talking negatively about the role of women. They don't know what science is saying. Because science says men are not as strong as women. But yet, when it comes to technical subjects, all of a sudden we see more men. And a good example as well is here. Then we ask children, 7 to 18 years, why they are not attending school. The girl child says, about 17% of the girl children say family responsibility. So what happens is that when there's an uncle or an aunt who is sick, they take the girl child to go and look after the uncle or the aunt. Sometimes these children are looking after children of their own. And then only 0.5% of boys are saying family responsibility. So the girl child is not given space, and we see it when we go to technical subjects, that they are not given enough space. But not only that, there's still another catch. When you have women that are working with hand hoes, tilling the land in the village, you will see more women, they even sing when they are working. All of a sudden, when government brings tractors, all those women disappear and the men are driving the tractors. At what point it changes, I don't know. All of us in our neighborhoods, there are always women cooking on the roadside. The moment government puts stalls with gas stoves and electricity stoves, all of a sudden it's the men who are supervising and are cooking. Where does change occur? It's not my answer. My answer is to give all the numbers. How many more minutes do I still have? 1 minute. He says, I have 1 minute. Do you agree with him? I will move faster. I will move faster. I will move faster. The people have spoken and nobody can... Nobody can subvert the will of the people, no matter how powerful they are. So let us look. The gray color is 2011, and the green color it shows increases as of 2022. And we are trying to see, in psychology, we started with more females as of 2011 as a base. Come 2022, we are now looking at females. We are seeing more as in females sitting at 75.8%. And of course, look at right down at the bottom, engineering, and of course, electrical infrastructure. We are seeing that the increases for females were really far below when you compare to what we see in psychology, social sciences, education. So there's a need to see more women going into the area of science and the like. Let us look at the economy. We measure the economy every 3 months. That is why we come back with the GDP every 3 months. And something that is very interesting is that every now and then, when we come out with the numbers of the GDP, when I say that the economy is growing, and everyone would love to see the economy growing very high. When I say the economy is growing in the positive, everyone claps hands. The statistician general knows how to count. The moment I say it's growing in the negative, all of a sudden, this Shangaan, this Zulu, this Mupedi, this Muvenda doesn't know how to count. At what point do I become Zulu, Venda, Shangaan when I can't count? Because my job is to count and tell the truth, regardless of what I am. Now, let us look, firstly, let us look right in the middle. We see a hump. First quarter 2020, our economy was sitting at 1.150 trillion. And then, come COVID, we were knocked. We went to below a trillion. That is in 3 months. So in 3 months, our economy at the production side is churning 1.1 trillion. It's slightly more than 300 billion per month. And when I present to students, they always ask me, SG, tell us, when are we going to get our billion? Now, so COVID knocked us, but we have been recovering as we move towards the right-hand side. As of fourth quarter 2023, far right-hand side, we were sitting at 1.158 trillion. So our economy is recovering, but we need to look at what pace it's recovering. Let us first look at what has been happening over years since 1994 on the left-hand side. But I want us to go to the middle. In the middle, there's a red line that is dropping. That was 2009. That is when our economy went in the negative. What happened is that, remember, we had a global economic meltdown in 2008. But all of us know, especially those of us who live in the mountains and the valleys, that when it rains in the mountains, it takes long for water to reach the valleys. So when 2008 knocked the economies in the West or in Europe and the West, it took a year for us to feel it. That was 2009. After that, we can see the greens. We started recovering. The highest of the growth we have seen was only in 2011, where we were sitting at 3.2%. Otherwise, our economy hasn't been growing much. Remember, our NDP says we aspire to grow at about 5%. We are growing at 3.2% at 2011, and all the way until COVID knocked us, the brown color you see that took us in the negative in 2020, negative 6%. We recovered again in 2021. The bar that you see on the right-hand side, the tall bar, it was sitting at 4.7%, but that 4.7% was an aberration because we were coming from a low base. We were coming from negative 6. So it looked like we grew so much. But the reality is in 2022, we're growing at 1.9%, and 2023, 0.6%. So our economy is just tapering very close to a zero. Now, which industries are doing well? Which industries are leading our economy? 1994 on the left-hand side, manufacturing was number 1. It was accounting for 23%, and then it started dropping. That yellow or orange line, you can see it started dropping. As of 2012 and as of 2022, 2020, it was sitting at number 4. It's recovering slightly. Now, what happens is that, let us look at a country like China. Just about 20 years ago, we used to see them selling in the street corners. Some even had a name and said, no, what we see that is being sold there is called Hong Kong. Today, every shirt you are wearing, everything you are wearing comes from China. They have refined their productivity. So manufacturing. And indeed, now the number 1 industry on the right-hand side is finance, real estate, and business services. When we say finance real estate, banks and insurance companies account for 40%. The rest is shared between real estate as well as consultancy companies, be it engineering firms, law firms, and the like. The following one is personal services. The more we spend on the education of our children and health services, we see it in personal services. Manufacturing is just a little bit above trade. It has just overtaken trade, sitting at 13.7%, 13.6% trade. And let us look at agriculture and construction at the bottom, accounting lowest. Construction has been depressed for quite some time. And agriculture, I sometimes hear and I listen that we need agrarian revolution and the like. You know, you need agriculture's share on our economy is only 2 to 3%. So no matter how much we train children or learners in agriculture, we must be prepared to grow it. We have to be prepared to grow it. And it's not like it's new. It has been like that for quite some time. In 1994, agriculture was the lowest. Now it's actually the second lowest, as you can see, almost at the bottom. Let us talk about employment. Let us start on the left. Before COVID, we were sitting at 16.4 million people employed. Come COVID, we lost 2.3 million jobs. We measure employment quarterly because it's very sensitive. It's sensitive to what happens externally outside the country and internally. We lost 2.3 million jobs, and then as of the second quarter 2020, the height of COVID lockdown, we were sitting at 14.1 million. And then we started recovering. You can see as we move towards the right, as now we are talking of the fourth quarter 2023, we are sitting at 16.7 million employed people. So we have recovered post-COVID, but we also have surpassed post-COVID, where we were sitting at 16.4 million. Now we are sitting at 16.7 million. Now, let us look at unemployment. According to the ILO, we say you are unemployed when you have been actively looking for employment. When we come to talk to you, you form what we call the narrow definition. We say you are unemployed also when you are discouraged. You form what we call the expanded definition. So the statistician general always gets blamed, sometimes being pushed like a political hot potato. SG, you are hiding numbers. You are not telling us of the real picture of unemployment. Yet we always make all the numbers. Every quarter we make both the numbers available. Now where is the SG hiding the numbers? Because the SG must tell the truths. And only truths and facts will save us. So now, when we went to interview people, the red color now, 7.9 million people were unemployed. These are people that said they had been actively looking for employment. And when the statistician general says the unemployment rate is 32.1% at the bottom, it's representative of the 7.9 million people, because we are actually tracking in the National Development Plan the narrow definition of unemployment. But I'll come to the expanded definition. Now, there's a story here that if we look at those that are in the labor force, 41 million at the top, 15 to 64 years, the statistician general sometimes gets beaten. SG, you are including children that are 15 years, they are supposed to be at school. When we come and interview you and you say, I'm 15 years and I'm a student, or I'm 24 years, I'm a student, we put you on the right-hand side, what we call other not economically active, because you are not available for the labor force. We put you there. Now, I still get beaten, but why do you include children that are 15 years? Because they are supposed to be at school. The Basic Conditions of Employment Act says that it is illegal to hire anyone under the age of 15. I didn't make that law. I found it there. That law to me is like a sun. It rises from the east and it sets in the west. I only measure. So now, when they are doing vacation work, there's a question vacation work. Those are not working because they are only taking bits and pieces as and when, because they are not available all the time. If an employer says, I have a job for you for the whole year, they are not available. But if in a particular quarter we go and interview them and they said, I was working, we include them because they earned money and that money will enter the economy. Because remember, in the past, we used to include you even when you are paid in kind. So if you remember, on the farms, there are those that were paid a bag of potatoes, a bag of tomatoes, and in the Northern Cape and the Western Cape, on the farms, they have what we call an N-fal dop and 8-fal dop. A bottle of wine, you are given a bottle of wine to drink and you start working, and when you finish, you are paid with a bottle of wine. It's your pay. So we have taken that out because it doesn't drive the money into the economy, and the ILO agrees with us. So now, let us look at what happens. Let us look at the bottom. Now, the bottom, the color at the bottom, 32.1% on the right-hand side, says to us it's the 7.9 million people. But when we take the 7.9 million people that we said are unemployed, you will remember they are there, plus the 3 million discouraged work seekers, as well as another 800,000 in the other not economically active, in the 13.4 million, who, when we interviewed, said that I didn't look for employment, not because I was discouraged, but I had some other reasons, but had work been available, I would have taken it. Those form 800,000. Then we come to a real picture of unemployment, 11.7 million. And that 11.7 million is what we call the expanded unemployment rate of 41.1%. So that is the work challenge that we are facing as a country. Now, let us look at levels of education. Let us start right at the bottom, graduates. The unemployment rate sitting at 32.1%, that is the dotted line you see in the middle. Then graduate unemployment is sitting at 9.6%, below 10%. And we can see other tertiary sitting at 40.6%. These are people that have gone to finish a 3-month certificate, 4 months, or a 2-year certificate. They form part of that, and not 40, at 20.6%, my apologies. They are below the national average. Until about 2 years ago, those with matric were below the national average, but they are now above the national average, meaning that when you have matric or lower than matric, you are much more vulnerable to labor markets. So what happens is that education, education, education. When we say to the learners, when we say to the students that they must come to the SETAs and they must be trained, we can see that when they have education, their chances of gaining employment increases and their stay in unemployment is much more lower. So even when they say it is not necessary, we just have to tell them the statistician general says that with education, you will maximize your chances of getting employed. If they don't believe you, tell them, we saw him, we know him, he was standing there, he was addressing us. Without education, he would still be heading his father's cattle with Mr. Nichiom. Now, let us look at unemployment rate. I need the slides are there. Those at the bottom, the color red, and I will only focus you on the color red. The unemployment rate of those aged 15 to 24 years is 59.4%. It's almost 60%. As we go higher with age, unemployment starts to lower. So younger people do not have the experience that is needed. So they are not able to pick up employment. And because we know from the economy that where barriers of entry are lower, like in agriculture and construction, most young people don't want to go and work there. And because we also don't help the situation, when we go to our townships and our villages, we arrive in our German sedans and off-roaders, they also aspire to own those Japanese sedans and off-roaders. So to tell them to go and till the land will become a bigger challenge. Now, as we look at the absorption rate or participation rate, let us just look at those aged 15 to 24 years. Their absorption rate, the proportion of those in working age to be employed is lower. The absorption rate of those aged 15 to 24 years to be, the participation rate to be either unemployed or employed is even lower because they don't have the skills that we need. Now, youth aged 15 to 34 years are much more vulnerable to unemployment compared to older age groups. So let us look at the unemployment rate. It's the pink color, sitting at 32.1%. Look at those aged 35 to 64 years, the majority of who are us, I suppose, here. Our unemployment rate is sitting at 23%. Look at those aged 15 to 34 years, it's the red line at the top. Their unemployment rate is sitting at 44.3%. So young people are vulnerable to labor markets. In our country, we have 10.2 million young people aged 15 to 24 years. Of those, 3.4 million are not in employment, education, or training. We call them the NEET, not in employment, education, or training. And of course, the rate is sitting at 33%. So when a mother leaves home, they tell the daughter, please remain behind. The child remains behind, is cooking. And then 9 months later, the parents are expecting a grandchild. And then now they don't know, but this child is always home. We have 3.4 million young people aged 15 to 24 years who are seated at home when we're at work. The challenge of teenage pregnancy is a lot more higher, especially for black Africans and the colored population group. Home Affairs, we take records, recorded live births. In the year 2022, there were 3 children aged 11 years who went to Home Affairs to register their children as mothers. Not those who didn't go to register, those who went to register. There are those who didn't go and register. There were 58 children aged 12 years who went to Home Affairs to register their children as children. There were 436 children aged 13 years who went to Home Affairs to register their children as children. There were 2,272 children aged 14 years who went to Home Affairs to register their children as children. And in some cases, the fathers are 10 years or older. In some cases, and I'm not breaking, the statistician general must uphold confidentiality at all times. So I will not tell you who. In some cases, the fathers are also in the family, and families do what we call cover up. These are the girl children that I spoke about earlier on, that they are having family responsibility, including raising their own children. Now, let us look at the need. The 33% that we are talking about is the darker line, the green line at the bottom for those aged 15 to 24 years. When we increase the age to 34 years, we see the need is even higher, sitting at 42%, 42.2%. So we have close to about 9.6, 9.9 million young people aged 15 to 24 years who are not in employment, education, or training. Let us look at unemployment rate using population group. We are saying that let's start on the left-hand side. On the left-hand side, so where we have the gray color. The whites are sitting at an unemployment rate of 8.5%. Until around 2006, 2007, the unemployment rate for whites was 5%. And according to the ILO, when your unemployment rate is 5% or lower, now we are seeing whites that are entering unemployment now. The Indian Asians sitting at 11.7%, the colored population group sitting at 21.7%, the national averages have said 32.1%, the black Africans are sitting at 36.1%. Now, the challenges in our society, poverty, unemployment, teenage pregnancy is more in the colored community and in the black African community than we see in the white and Indian Asian community. Black African women continue to be most vulnerable to labor markets, sitting with an unemployment rate of 38.6% in the fourth quarter of 2023, when we compare them with the national average of 32.1%. And when we look at the expanded definition, black African women and colored women are much more exposed. Now, 61% of all employed people, or all employment, is concentrated in 3 industries: community and social services, trade and finance. So what we are seeing is that community and social services includes government. It also includes the expanded public works programs. Trade, as in the shops, the wholesale and the like, and in finance. But let us remember that trade and finance are actually much more stronger in our economy in the slide I showed earlier. So they are able to absorb a lot more people. I often hear that we must have decent employment. Listen to the ILO, not Resenga Malulega's definition of decent employment. Someone is employed if they work for a minimum of an hour a week. That's the ILO. It's not me. Don't beat me up when I finish presenting here. Go and beat up the ILO. Not me. It's the ILO that says, because I could be working for a wealthy person and I'm a cleaner, and I go and clean once a week for an hour and I'm paid 8,000 rands. I could be selling in a street corner. So one time I was at Cape Town Airport. There is this man who polishes shoes. He says, I used to work with a man in the yellow suit, so it was easier to distinguish. And don't ask me what suit will be mine, because the color of statisticians is not known by the color of their suit, but the color of their brain. Now, don't deny me that applause. Applause want more. Now, what happens is that this person comes and he says he wants a job. He hadn't finished matric. So it would be very difficult to get a job unless if he was in cleaning services when we still had cleaners. Now we calculated, rough back pocket calculation. The person was making 8,000-9,000 rands a month polishing shoes. And he says he's unemployed. He's employed according to the ILO. Because that money enters the economy. He earns a living. A lady sits selling pap and meat on the street corner, selling corn on the street corner. They make 2,000 rands, 4,000 rands every now and then. They are actually working according to the ILO. So now, community and social services, as well as finance and industry, have shown the greatest gains in numbers between 2008 and 2023. We can see on the left-hand side, we can see the lighter color shoots more in community and social services and finance. The third set of bars, we can see that they have gained the most. And indeed, as they show gains, finance is also the strongest sector industry in our economy. Close to 29% of those employed are in elementary or domestic work. So about 30% of the people that are employed are in elementary. Those people who sit in our street corners, and they don't only sit in our street corners, DG Program Director, I will conclude very soon. Yeah. They don't only sit in our street corners, they also establish homes next to our houses. They call them plastic view and the like. And when we see them, we say that no, they are actually making the prices of our houses to drop. We don't want them. We forget that in the world, the poor always follow the rich, so that they can always eat from the crumbs that fall from the rich man or rich woman's desk. And it's actually cheaper for them to go to work because they don't have to pay for transport. They have to walk and wait at our street corners every day, hoping that we will call them and give them a job, and many of them do get jobs. So 30% of our workers are in elementary and domestic workership. Around 1 in 5 of those employed in the finance industry are graduates. So education, education, education. We can see that when we look in manufacturing, for example, we see the gray color, less than matric, is much more stronger. In finance, it's still stronger. But with matric, we saw more in manufacturing. We see more of those 43%. But when we go to finance, which is the lead industry in our economy, we see other tertiary and graduates. Actually, graduates are accounting for 19% on the right-hand side, whereas in manufacturing, graduates are accounting for 7%. So education, 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 training, training, training. So the efforts we are making are actually being seen when we measure in another level. This slide, and I want you to show it again. This slide says Ndihela Kwala. For those who understand this language, which I speak a lot when I'm in the village, like Mr. Zita there, he knows when I say Ndihela Kwala, it means I finish here. But program director, I have a story to tell you. When I was young, growing up in the village, our fathers were migrant workers in urban centers. And our mothers were with us in the village. Our mothers could not read and write, so they relied on us as their scribes. So when they wrote letters between mother and father, our mothers could not finish a letter with, "I miss you, my husband." If we had those words as their children coming out of our mothers' mouths, we were going to go deaf according to village legend. And if they wrote a letter or a father wrote back and said, "I love you, my wife," and we saw those words from our fathers to our mothers, we were going to go blind. So mothers and fathers had to find an intelligent way to end a letter with Ndihela Kwala. In Chivenda, they would say Ndifelela Hanefa. In Sipedi, they would say Kifetsa Honamo. In Setswana, they would say Kifetsa Honafa. In Isindebele, they would say Ngiyathokoza. In Sisuthu Sabura, they would say Kaditumediso na watsena. In isiXhosa, they would say Ndicela khona apha ngomkhulu umbulelo. And in isiZulu, they would say amaningi anginawo. In English, they would say, "I miss you." They could express themselves. Those who could read and write. In Afrikaans, they could say, "Ek lief vir jou." And then, never and never again, Washu Mandela. should we allow any section of our society, be they women, children, girl child, black, white, African, or whatever, to be excluded and not to be empowered when we are in leadership and we can make a change? Because if we do not make a change, one day we will remember that we were sitting in our positions doing nothing. It's even written in the Bible that those who do not work should not eat. Program director, the next slide is blank. I thank you.
I can see you want to give him another one. Well, this resounding applause must also be our commitment for every problem that the SG is raising, for us to say we are equal to the task of resolving that challenge. And I think the presentation is filtered with a clear instruction of what we need to go out and do, even in our breakaway sessions. When the SG, or it's not even his own manufacturing, when the evidence tells us that there's a sharp rise in one of those slides for those who have grade 12, there are soon going to be a problem for our system. What is our planning and state of readiness? Not to miss those young people, such that we do not draw the demographic dividend. We just like saying we have a youthful population. All those indications about young people are presenting two things to us: risks and opportunities. All those will only be opportunities if we invest in the lives of those young people through the programs that we are about here. But if we fold our arms and say, we have too many challenges for young people, we will see what happens. It becomes a missed opportunity. Thank you very much, SG. Colleagues, now I think we must indicate that we were supposed to be joined by the DM. It has been confirmed that the DM will not be able to join us. Something came up, and we can be happy that he said everything he needed to say during the dinner last night, and we enjoyed his input. And now we're going to now we are going to take a short clip that will be projected for us in the bioscope, after which we shall then outline the breakaway sessions that we are going to have. You know, when the SG is talking about how different languages close the love letters, there is an experience I will never forget in high school with Afrikaans as a language. But this one is not the end, it's the beginning of the letter. No, it's the end, in fact, where you have to say groete aan almaltes. And some of us could not distinguish between groete and groente. Groete is the greetings, groente is the vegetables. And so, is the bioscope ready? Over to you, my selector.
I am His Royal Highness Hosi Kavarin Aron Maomani. I'm hailing from Limpopo at Nkomo village. I'm the royal leader of Maoman Traditional Community under Maoman Traditional Authority. I've got a population of plus minus 50,000 people, and my area is adjacent Kruger National Park, and it is strategically located for socio-economic development, and we are also the growth point of the Greater Guyana local municipality. So I'm privileged to be here today and to say a bit about my community. I am the founder and the vision holder of Maoman Empowerment Center Services Center, which is situated at Nkomo village in the rural areas of Guyana. You know, I have got passion and love and great dreams to make sure that I also contribute towards impacting on other people's lives. My position is not only the sole responsibility or issue which one must rely on, because royal leadership is about people development and production of productive communities. Therefore, I had a vision to start this center, and this center actually is doing various capacity building and various skills, including, construction related courses where, plumbing works, where also construction related in bricklaying, plastering, carpentry, as well as construction management, as well as construction road works they are actually taking place, where people from my community and other areas of the country are coming in actual fact to be empowered through the skills development, hence the name Maoman Empowerment. And currently, as I'm speaking now, the center, which started in 2000, has developed quite a number of people. Some of them are artisans. And through the effort and, the collaboration and partnership with Construction, Education and Training Authority, SETA, their actually partnership with us, it actually made a great impact to transform our people's lives, because some of them, out of those skills now, are self-employed. Because what is critical now in the training space in this country, when we follow the National Skills Development Plan 2030, it requires that, people actually must be empowered in terms of skills, which will provide job opportunities, which will also improve social, development, which will also create, serious impact upon people's lives. That's why this center is so strategic and very, very critical in the rural area. You cannot talk about rural development except when you don't talk about actually royal leadership, the community leadership, and the synergy and the vibrant of working together as collective to make that definitely people are actually skilled in that regard. I can safely say that close to 750 people benefited through the assistance and collaboration with SETA in terms of skills development programs, in terms of learnerships, in terms also of other programs which definitely are actually occupational related skills, which is the game of the day. Gone are those these days where people are saying that they are being trained only to find that definitely they are not focusing, they are not competent and capable to do what they are trained for. So the partnership with SETA and other SETAs here is doing wonders and great work in actually to help our communities not to be judged by the area and where they come from as rural people. There must be people who are actually self-sufficient, self-reliant through skills development, which is very, very critical and very, very important. Right. I initially spoke about the Maumani Empowerment Center, which I founded and also actually funded it from my own sources. But however, now through the interaction with Construction SETA and even through the interaction with other SETAs, in actual fact, the vision grew to an extent that we can not only rely on the skills center, the Maumani Empowerment Center alone, but I have a vision and a dream that the Maumani Skills Smart Development Center must grow from strength to strength, where we need a conducive and appropriate, infrastructure development, because, training people is actually very, very critical, because you are restoring the dignity of the rural people or the people who are under that. So through the initiative which I have actually shared with Construction SETA was actually ever available to come to the party to say, Hosi, you can't do it alone, because we are here actually to support you in terms of actually working together. Hence, Construction SETA, after I had made an application on behalf of my community, not only my community, even people of the Limpopo and the people of South Africa, then an application was actually approved. Hence, the Maumani Smart Center is actually going to be up and running as soon as we speak now. And for this skill center to work properly, I want us actually to take it to another level in terms of skills, wherein when people are being trained in a particular field, they must also be assisted to actually project it through a learning path where it will actually take them to another level wherein definitely they will be actually artisan. I want this center to be a center of excellency and a center of high tech of excellency and technology, where science, technology, and construction related will have actually to take place. When a person comes out from the elementary background up to a level where definitely will say this person is competent, that person must also be channeled and focused into entrepreneurial skill, so that when that person is out, that person will already have a company fully registered and fully compliant. That person is just going out to go and work. We don't want our young people actually to be employed. We want them to be deployed through their skills which they will have tapped through this center. And my great vision in this matter, and as we are speaking now, it will have a medium and long-term, medium terms in that regard. In terms of medium and very quick, we want it to be at a level of TVET in order to actually offer technical courses which are relevant in that regard, to take them actually to be more viable into the path of occupational, which is a requirement even with QCTO, which definitely is the right way to go now. And therefore my dream for years to come in a long term, I want it also to be a university. We want it also currently now to have construction related courses, also to have IT and information courses, to have also wholesale and retail courses, to be geared up in tourism and environment, to be all encompassing and one-stop stop in terms of skills development, which definitely will be helping our community actually to progress in life and to create jobs for themselves. That is the reason why this center is all about. I'm calling upon all SETAs to come together to the party so that we should work together to come up with aggressive and progressive skills development which will transform our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the traditional leadership. He has clearly articulated the issues there. Now, we're getting to the part of the program where we will be engaging. We have been empowered with a lot of information through plenary inputs, plenary addresses, panel discussions, and now we will be going to the breakaway sessions where we will be discussing and providing solutions to all the challenges that have been identified here. We are going to take exactly 1 hour in the breakaway sessions and come back here to plenary. We are going to have 5 breakaway sessions. This is the part where if you don't have a program, you take notes. We are going to have 5 breakaway sessions. In fact, before I outline the sessions, let me invite those who will be coordinators in those sessions to come and join me here in front. Let me invite for breakaway session 1, Frida Mushime. Is she here? For breakaway 2, Matodzi. Breakaway 3, Thomas Zeta. In that order. 1 before 2, 2 after 1. Please come to the fore. Frida Mashime for 1, Matodzi for breakaway 2, Thomas Zita for breakaway 3, Sanele Dlamini for breakaway 4, and Frike Fauche for breakaway 5. They are not here. Vasjele. So you just raise your hand. For breakaway 1, we have Frida Mushime. Do you see her? So for those who will be going there, if you do not know where the venue is, but we are going to announce it, you will follow her. For breakaway 2, Matodzi. For breakaway 3, Thomas Zita. For breakaway 4, Sanele Dlamini. For breakaway 5, Friki Fauche. Thank you very much. So breakaway 1, colleagues, will be held at King Shaka. So when you go out of here, going towards reception, before you get to reception, there are venues that are on your right and there are venues which are on your left. They are written international on the right and domestic on the left. So King Shaka is on the domestic side. That's where breakaway 1 will be held. And breakaway session 1 will be dealing with collaboration between SETAs and industry in strengthening the provision of workplace-based learning programs. So that will be breakaway session number 1. That session will be led by the CEO of CAT SETA, Mr. Max Tibela. Is he here? He's right here. Breakaway number 2 will be held at Heathrow on the international section. That breakaway will be dealing with sustainable entrepreneurship, SMME and cooperatives development, and self-employment. That breakaway session will be led by the CEO Acting of Services SETA, Mr. Andile Spengane. He's right here. There's a song in the groups of Amatut K, put Andy. They say, hi, Andy. Andy, hi. Breakaway session number 3 will be held at Marco Polo. Marco Polo is in the international section. Breakaway session 3 will be dealing with technological enhancement and establishment of 4 or 5 IR institutions of excellence. That breakaway session will be led by the CEO of Wholesale and Retail SETA, Mr. Tom Kwanazi. I met him earlier on. He's right here as well. Breakaway session number 4 will be held at Cape Town. Cape Town is on the domestic side. And breakaway session number 4 will be dealing with building a sustainable and impactful skills system through collaborations and cooperation amongst SETAs. That breakaway session will be led by the CFO of TITA, Jaupe Maepa. Is Mr. Maepa here? Oh, Mr. Maepa is here. Thank you very much, CFO. Breakaway session number 5 will be held at Terminal A, Siyahamba manje. Terminal A is here in plenary. So those who will be joining breakaway session number 5 will be seated here. Breakaway session 5 will be dealing with shared services for SETAs in the areas of ICT services, in the areas of learner management system, and collective bargaining. You will note that in your program, in terms of reference, it may be highlighting shared services on ICT and learner management system without this collective bargaining. But we are adding collective bargaining because it is a direct challenge to us as a summit that was raised by the minister when he delivered his keynote address. And we can't fail to respond to that question. Breakaway session number 5 will be led by the CEO of MICT SETA, Mr. Matume Matibana. Is he here? Wonderful. Thank you very much. And so those are the breakaway sessions, colleagues. We are going to take exactly 1 hour in those breakaway sessions. What is the time now? Sorry? 10 to 11. 10 to 12, we are back here in plenary. Huh? So 12 o'clock, we reconvene here. In the program, there is provision for tea. So you will have working tea in your breakaway sessions. If you feel the urge for coffee, Didi Jimvalo, you will walk out, grab it, and go back and make inputs in the sessions. Colleagues, we please and plead that we go into our sessions, follow those who will be leading us into those sessions. The facilitators and rapporteurs are ready to receive us there, and those who have been requested to present are also ready to lead the presentations in those sessions. And in the breakaway sessions, no one is allowed to raise problems without raising a solution to that problem. That is the mandate. We can go into our sessions. Thank you very much. Yes, Chair of... Please wait. There's an announcement from the Chair of CEOs.
I was just thinking that so that we don't all go into one commission, we should find a way to separate people. What do you
Can't
think?
control them.
How are we going to do it?
They will basically go to their areas of interest, these ones, but we can test it.
Let's just test it.
Colleagues, the request that the CEO is raising is that we do not go and park in one commission or breakaway session. Let's try and diversify of those who are more than one from one institution. Let's make sure that we're evenly spread across all the breakaway sessions. But we also need your qualitative input on your areas of interest and expertise. Amandla. Fricky. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Colleagues, if we can try and settle down. Time is not on our side. We only have an hour. Esteemed DDG Mvalo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If we can try and settle down, for those who belong to this breakaway session, if we can try and settle down so that we start. Mr. Mabuza. Thanks very much. I think we have now settled. I'm going to invite my panel members, and we have Mr. Loiso Tiha, who can approach the podium, and we also have Michelle Mogaman from Auditor General of South Africa. Feel free to approach the podium. I'm definitely not going to take a lot of time, honestly, doing acknowledgements, and I'll right up front just acknowledge Dr. Sishi, DDG Mvalo, and the rest of the other DDGs, chairpersons of our boards, CEOs, and the larger collective that is in this particular venue. As articulated, my name is Matomi Madiban. I'm the CEO of MICT SETA, which is the Media, Information and Communications Technology Sector, Education and Training Authority. We've got a very interesting topic before us. Most of you, I'm sure, saw the demonstration that was made or presented yesterday of the integrated learner management system. The topic is very straightforward. Is SETA ICT shared services. That's the topic that our presenters are going to take us through. And I will also, just before we get into the nitty-gritties, also acknowledge colleagues from AGSA. There's about 4 of them who have joined us. 2 might have joined other breakaway sessions, and then 2 of them are with us. I think there's Vusi Maseko, there's Mr. Ring Krobler, there's also Tlou Choshi from the Auditor General of South Africa, and we thank them for being part of this interesting and forward-looking session of ours. Just to give a bit of 3 minutes reflection before I allow Ms. Mogaman an opportunity to run through her presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, SETA Shared ICT Services and Integrated Learner Management System Program is going to be the topic for discussion. Of course, as per the program director's input, there's an additional area that has been allocated to this breakaway session that talks to collective bargaining as part of sharing our resources that are limited. So we also need to ventilate on the approach that we're going to adopt in ensuring that that materializes in as much as the issue of shared services in respect of the integrated learner management system seems to be materializing as we are left with less than 20% towards completion of that integrated learner management system. I must indicate, ladies and gentlemen, that the bar keeps going higher when it comes to innovation. And one must indicate that countries which will better compete in the mainstream digital global economy are those which made it a way of life. They've sort of made it their business and adopted the culture of innovation. Now more than ever, in this rapidly evolving landscape that we are finding ourselves in, where we talk the age of AI, for us to stay impactful, for us to stay relevant, for us to stay sustainable and resilient, we need to embrace digital technologies whilst massifying quality digital skills, not only to enhance efficiency, but also open new opportunities for growth and innovation. We need to be more deliberate in our approach and more intentional in the entire agenda of inclusivity. A lot has been said yesterday, and I'm not going to repeat what was said in respect of the National Development Plan, the National Skills Development Plan, issues pertaining to white paper on post-school education and training, which encourages and forces us to collaborate as much as we possibly can. National system of that collaborative arrangement must not only be within the SETA landscape, must go beyond the SETA landscape. Hence, yesterday, colleagues saw TUT actively participating in the entire integrated learner management system because they developed it, part of the post-school education and training, but also the industry as part of the role players that we must ensure that we forge strategic partnerships with. The national system of innovation, why collaborations are key, issues of inclusivity, digital transformation, issues we still need to obviously ventilate on as we move forward in some of the summits that we will have. High, interoperability of the systems we develop, why more prototypes are necessary from our learners, particularly those who are attached to our TVET colleges, so that we deepen that culture of innovation. Issues of teaching our learners about intellectual property, so that as they transition out of the post-school education, they establish their own businesses and we move away from producing graduates that gun for employment, which seems to be a difficult terrain for them. So we need to also expose them to issues of intellectual property and why we must uncompromisingly commercialize at scale. In the main, in terms of the objective of the shared services, of course, the critical to it is in the main is to foster collaborative efforts, which will involve sharing resources, including critical information to achieve common goals, leverage each other's resources, and reduce duplication whilst maximizing the impact of investment from what we have and ensure that we maximize. There's been a lot of talk yesterday, colleagues, that showed how much we are abused by learners who move from one SETA to another, acquiring the stipends, and that problematic is part of wastage of resources. So we have two titans or powerhouses in our midst from two distinct sectors to table presentations. The first one is the AGSA, which is the watchdog or the overseer and enforcer of compliance and good corporate governance, Ms. Michelle Mogerman. She's an experienced executive from the AGSA and has been with AGSA for quite a number of years and has been working closely within the SETA environment. She's passionate about the urgent need for government to improve technology. This includes secure and reliable infrastructure systems that enable credible reporting and use of data to make informed decisions. If you can kindly give her a warm round of applause. And we must really thank her because the person who was supposed to feature on the panel unfortunately had a medical emergency, but she had to come through to replace Ms. Komapi, who was supposed to be with Ms. Komapi. Let's give her one more round of applause for featuring in this panel discussion. We also, ladies and gentlemen, have Mr. Loiso Tiga. Mr. Loiso Tiga is a member of the board of MICT SETA, also a member of the executive committee of MICT SETA. He's also responsible for chairing the ICT steering committee. He wears a number of hats because he also is with the ICT SMME chamber, and he's going to equally table a presentation, and if preferable, may give viewpoints in contrast or in support based on the industry experience that he has acquired. He's the mouthpiece of startups and SMME sector. He's passionate about innovation, an experienced ICT professional. I also have colleagues from AgriSETA, Mr. Friki and two others who will be taking notes in terms of the discussions that we will be having. And I'm going to outright allow the colleague from AGSA to take us through a presentation, and Mr. Loiso Tiga will then, right after, follow without me interfering or interrupting. And it will, in a maximum of 20 minutes, you can take us through your presentation. But if you can make it 15 minutes, the better, so that if we can allow our audience to pose some few questions, if time permits, that can also be featuring. Over to you, colleague.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, CEOs of the SETAs. Good morning to DHEAD colleagues. Good morning to all of the key role players in the higher education sector. I am Michelle Margaman. I'm an executive at the Office of the Auditor General. Rightfully explained, I've been in the SETA landscape now for just over 5 years, but I've been in the Auditor General for a while, I am a public servant at this stage. From my side, I thought, let me take you through just the landscape of the SETAs in terms of how they look, in terms of information technology, where we are in terms of the development of an integrated system, and also the benefits of the system. Last year when we closed off the audits and some of the insights that we brought to the higher education sector really opened up our eyes as well in how we can actually improve this environment and actually use technology, use IT systems to actually make decisions better, and also see where does the money go, where does the fiscus of government actually concentrate in. Although we included the whole higher education sector in the closeout in our data analysis from last year, we looked at NSFAS, we looked at the TVETs, we looked at the SETAs as well. And some of the things that we came up with were things like double dipping, where somebody can benefit from a SETA as well as from NSFAS. Some of the areas we looked at is some of the leakages. For example, paying somebody who's dropped out and continuing to pay that bursary or continuing paying that funding. Some of the areas we looked at is actually where does bursaries go to? What are the key learning environments that we are actually focusing on? And some of the things that came out is, for example, your tourism, where when we looked at the critical skills that we actually need as a country, tourism is not one of them. And we're not necessarily focusing our fiscus there. So the data told us a lot of stories. And that's why we are eager and we are advocating for this integrated system, because I think that when you do this analysis, you are able to then make proper decisions, see where your funding is going, and also close out any corruption, any fraud that is happening within the skills environment. So from my side, let me start with our vision and mission. I cannot start without that. So if we can just go to the next slide, or is it me? Okay. Our vision and mission and values as the AGSA is that we want to be recognized as a relevant supreme audit institution and enhance public accountability. And our values, you'll see that we do care for each other, we build trust, and we do the right thing. I think that is the important part. And we excel in what we do. And why I wanted to highlight that is that we want to not only audit, but also bring you a lot more to say, when we look at your environment, when we look at the financial records, your performance records, how then can we then improve as well and give you recommendations that also help you in achieving your mandate and also eventually also improve the lives of the citizen, especially in this critical portfolio, which is skills development, which is directly impacting employment and also the economy as a whole. To go into the SETAs and the SETA landscape, what we did, and I hope you will be able to see, but I'll talk through it, we looked at the SETAs in totality to say, what is the systems that you have in terms of your financial reporting, as well as performance reporting, as well as human resource reporting? And you look at, if you look at your financial reporting, quite a number of the SETAs are actually using different systems, but you'll see that it's mainly on your Microsoft base. So you've got your Microsoft, you've got your Sage, you've got something called Odoo ERP, and you've got your different types of Sage that are there in your accounting systems. If you look at your performance management systems, we have there's about 4 SETAs that are still on manual, so we need to get those up into some kind of system. We also have the MIS system that's quite popular, that's about 5 SETAs, and then we have quite a number of different systems within the SETA. So it's not that the SETAs are not utilizing a system. There are systems, so we have a great start in that we do have systems that are being utilized in the SETA environment, although they are different. If you look at the human resource sector, area of business, we do see that they are also different. So we've got Sage VIP, which is quite popular. We have Sage X3, which is also popular, and then we have all these other different systems that are in that area. I've also included just to say which SETAs are using which systems, just to give you an idea of where we are. But if you look in totality, and this is a great picture to look at, is that there are ones that are quite transversal across the SETAs that are being utilized, which would make it very easy to integrate, which would make it very easy to share data. So you've got your Microsoft Dynamics, which is at 47% of the SETAs. You have Sage X3 and Sage VIP, which is sitting at 48% of the SETAs. And then you have your Indusium, which is sitting at 37% of the SETAs for performance information. So this is a great start in terms of the similarities in the systems that are in the SETAs, although we wanted to have a system that actually, that the SETAs can all utilize, that can integrate both these 3 key business areas, so that it does enable you to do a consolidated reporting, a consolidated feel of what the SETAs are doing, and then you'll be able to then plan better for the next year and the following years. We also did an analysis of the IT expenditure in terms of the spending, and you'll see that a lot of the SETAs are spending quite a huge amount of money in developing systems, and also in spending in terms of licenses, in infrastructure expenditure. So there definitely is an appetite and a priority by the SETAs to improve the infrastructure of your IT systems, and also to make sure that your IT systems are developed and are implemented. That was just the background in terms of how the SETAs are looking so that you have an idea of where we are. We are working with the MICT in terms of the development of an integrated learner management system. Okay, we're not working with them, but as they're developing, as the AGSA, we are also doing our mandate in terms of auditing. We are also doing this audit on a real-time basis, so as they complete their phase, we then do come in and make sure that we are auditing and we're walking the journey with them. And I think that is the importance and the key area. We wanted to make sure that this system actually works and it actually delivers what it needs to deliver, so that we do have something integrated, and hopefully eventually it can also spread to the TVET colleges, it can also spread to the universities, so that there is something that is holistic for the whole higher education sector. But we will work together with the SETAs for now and see how we support them. If I look at the MICT system, it's got a few phases. We've got the sector skills plan phase. I think that phase is completed. And we are also coming in to look at that phase. And that phase is to developing a strategic plan for the skills development within the sector, and also analyzing current skill levels, forecasting future needs, and the planning. So this phase is actually your planning phase. Then you've got your learning program development phase, which is looking at your curriculum design, your material creating, and your structuring of learning modules to meet some of the skills need. The other two, the two that I've spoken about are actually almost in final stages, but the other two, I believe that we are still testing phase and still in development phase. So we are working with we are together with the MICT, making sure that the system is developed and will benefit the SETA landscape. I thought let's pause here in terms of the benefits of an integrated system. Like I indicated when I started, some of the things that we did find in the environment, especially your fiscus focus, where does the money go? Your double dipping, where does SETA spend most of its time and most of its money? I thought that let me highlight some of the benefits. The reduction in the information technology expenditure. I think you'd all appreciate that the bulk you buy, the cheaper it gets. So if you come in together, especially in an IT environment, once you've developed a certain script or a certain software, then not all SETAs need to develop it. It's easy to replicate it to the SETA, so it will definitely be a reduction in the expenditure. Transition in digital process. So moving away from this manual systems, especially for performance information, it's a huge amount of data. If we had to move from that into a digital process, I think your information, your performance information will be a lot more credible. It will not be prone to a lot of data. Enhanced decision making. Once you have the data and it's a credible data and it's data that is easily being extracted and you can analyze it, it will definitely put you in a best position to make future decisions. And it's also good because you'll have immediate access to data. So you don't have to collate data every time you want something, every time you're required to make a decision, every time you want to see what is actually happening in this environment, you are able to just extract that data and do that analysis yourself. You can also do predictive analytics, and this is what we utilize quite a lot as well, to say, what does this data tell us and what do we know that will happen in this environment going forward? And also centralized control and monitoring. Just being able to sit as a SETA landscape or as the COs and say exactly how is it, where are we actually having a lot more impact and where are we lacking, and how then do we concentrate on that, and how then do we make decisions going forward. And I think the last part is really just expanding on the first part, is to say reduce training and support needs. So when you have an integrated system, you can literally train everybody at the same time, have a support from one area, instead of having all this expenditure sitting in in the different areas. The next slide is just for us as the AGSA, is that we do continue with the audit that we do. We have come into the MICT environment sooner than later, which we call it a real-time audit, where we're actually looking at it as the system is developing. So we will continue in our project assurance reviews, data migration audits, business process review, database and compliance, and cloud configuration. So we are in the space of the MICT looking at that, as well as those SETAs that are developing systems. We are doing some of these tests with them as we continue. And that was the end of my presentation, and I hope that the benefits that you see from an integrated system will also inspire us so that we can continue with making sure that we have something that is integrated to just assist us to focus a bit better for the skills development in the country. Thank you very much.
It's still morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Loiso Kicha, as introduced by my CEO from MICT SETA. I will rise on the protocol that has already been established, but just to acknowledge the DDGs in front, the chairs that are here of the SETAs, the CEOs, the board members, and all our stakeholders that are here. Mine is to really take us through what we've been mandated as a SETA to do, and the approach that we took to address that mandate, where we are now and where we are going in the future. How do I go next? Yeah. Thank you. So when we were appointed into the board of the MICT SETA, we as the minister called in the EXCO of the SETA and basically gave us a mandate. In addition to our normal mandate that we should have as a SETA, he gave us areas of focus. And one of the areas of focus that he gave us was to say, as a SETA, because you are strategically positioned as the MICT SETA together with your stakeholders, I expect you to take a lead on innovation. Now, taking a lead on innovation is not just for the SETA itself, as from the minister, is take a lead on innovation in creating an environment that you can export to the rest of government and hopefully to the rest of the country. On top of that, he said the second area that I want you to focus on is take a focus or a lead on 4IR. And obviously at that time there was also the PC4IR, which MICT SETA was really participating on. And we take cue from that. The third area, obviously, as per the NSDP Vision 2030 of shared services, within the shared services framework, our mandate was to focus on the ICT shared services. I think let me go back just to innovation to start with, and I'm not going to dwell on this because I want to get to the shared services itself, and especially what we're trying to do with the LMS and other systems. But just to put it in context, in the past few years, it's been very clear, the case for innovation is very clear. Whether you go to any business school, they'll take you through what happened to companies that failed to innovate. Countries that fail to foster a system of innovation continuously get disrupted and business disappear. So I'm not going to go into detail in making a case for innovation. I think it's been clearly made in a lot of literature. Going into 4IR, which is what I like to call the digital transformation era, it's the same. Companies, entities, government that fail to digitally transform simply lag behind. Again, there's a lot of literature in that. I'm not going to try and go into detail. But to simply pick up on one of the slides that was shown by the statistician general. If you remember that slide where he showed the leading contributors to our economy, it had finance, it had something else, it had manufacturing, and. Most successful countries in the world now, the leading countries, that's how they looked 30 years ago. How they look now is that ICT, which is number 6 or number 7 in that slide of South Africa, ICT is in top on all of them. If you look at the biggest companies in the world, probably 80% or 90% of them are all IT companies, or they are in the tech space, which clearly shows you, again, just fostering on the case for digital transformation and innovation, is that if you fail to digitally transform or support a national system of innovation, as a country, you will simply lag behind. Obviously, the third one is the ICT shared services model, and I think I won't go into detail. The Office of the Auditor General helped me a lot. It will save time. I'm not going to explain the benefits already explained. So looking at the literature that is available, there's obviously a lot of literature that's available in terms of what's happening in South Africa as so far as innovation is concerned. But I think for us, the most relevant document we looked at was the STI white paper, which put a number of aspirations. And one of those aspirations is that as government, we ought to be creating an environment which would foster innovation. Now, if you look at the South African context, especially in government, I would say that from observation, in fact, data speaks for itself, we are lagging behind. Compared to our peers in other countries, even compared to the private sector. In South Africa, innovation comes from the private sector. Yes, there's a lot of excuses when you get into government. People will tell you the PFMA, this and that as reasons for not being innovative. Ecosystems for innovation. And some of the things that we are doing with the centers of excellence, and those are some of the things that we are looking at. But these needs to be more coordinated. Otherwise, they would not have the scale and the impact that they require if they are distributed. And I think listening to what was being said yesterday, this has been emphasized quite a lot. And I think this conference is one of the some of the tools that we are using to get into that. Because they're called ecosystem because they work as a system. That's what it is, a system. And in a system, you need to look at the entire system when you work on it. Otherwise, if you treat it as incident and isolated things, it simply doesn't work. And I think that's what the STI white paper was trying to address there. The third part is the concept called the National System of Innovation, which is a measure of the innovation, how a country or a system, in most cases, they usually talk about countries on this, how much investment and effort does that country put in innovation? And the STI white paper really puts that we should be putting more emphasis on this. And then the third one is really trying to solve local problems using local innovation solutions and making use of SMMEs. This was said a lot again yesterday. I'm not going to go into much detail. But what does the STI wants to do? So basically the STI, as I had explained initially, in terms of what innovation means in today's society and digital transformation society, is that if you do not innovate, you simply, your country simply just doesn't go far. And if we looked at what the Statistical General was explaining in terms of the grim picture of unemployment, the solution, according to the white paper, and I think I support that as well, and data supports it, is to really put the aspirations of the STI at the center of the South African development, economic development, job creation. So without innovating or digitally transforming how we do things as a country, as government departments, as even private companies, we will find it very difficult in the era of digital transformation to address the issues that were raised by the Statistical General earlier today. However, the small issue that we picked up when we were looking at this as the board of the MICT-SETA, we found that the STI white paper doesn't really explain how, as government, you ought to be embarking on all the things that come from the previous slide, or how they ought to be achieved. It simply spells them out. So, having gone through a lot of literature, as the board of MICT-SETA, we then adopted what we call the triple helix model as the answer to address the how part of leading innovation or leading in the culture of innovation in the country. So just to explain the triple helix model, which has now been adapted to what is called the quad helix model, I'll just touch on why quad, but we're still sticking to triple at MICT-SETA because we started there. So what it basically is this is a model that looks at the interaction between government, industry, and academia. Academia includes all research institutions in the manner that they interact to foster a stronger system of innovation. Government plays a role in this of coordinating the transition between academia and business and making sure that the system works. So that's the role that the government should play. Obviously, academia conducts research and come out with output, output being technological output in our case, that can be IP, that can be usable. And then as industry, in our case, we chose that we'll focus on SMMEs, would then take that to market, and then feedback to academia whenever they need additional research. So that system works like that. If those three work in a manner that is described in the triple helix model, in most countries, by the way, almost all countries that lead on innovation, they actually use a similar model. It's in different flavors, but it's a similar model. You have academia, you have government, you have industry working together in coming up with products. Whether you're talking almost every brand that you know, the German cars, your Mercedes-Benz, and they all work in a similar manner. It might not be called the triple helix model. So over time, it's been adapted now to quadruple helix model. And the fourth player is civil society, because usually your professional bodies and your industrial bodies will will probably have longevity, especially in a democracy, because government priorities change. Whereas you'll find civil society or a representative of a particular industry tends to stick to what that industry needs. So as MICT-SETA, when that came through, we felt we started with the triple, let's get this right and finish it before we can look at quad helix model, and that's where we are going in the future in terms of how we implement it. All right, so how did we implement this at MICT-SETA, which led to the development of the current LMS? We started by doing business process re-engineering, basically looking at all our processes, mapping them out, and through that, with an aim of automation or automating our processes. And that's usually the first step of your automation process. From there, we then defined all the projects or systems that would come out of that, obviously with integration and automation in mind. Again, with also shared services in mind, because we already knew then that the systems we need to develop ought to be with shared services in mind. We then used a concept that was already there to bring in academia, which was called 4IR research chairs. Instead of just funding research chairs, which we do anyway, it's in our targets in any case, It's money we were going to spend anyway for bursaries. We said, no, instead of doing something that will sit in a paper somewhere and gather dust, we are going to give you a project as a research chair. And each research chair will supervise a number of graduates, postgraduates mainly, or masters and PhD students, to develop a system for us. And if I can just stick there a little bit, I used to be a software developer in my early days as well. And some of the systems that we were talking about that we are getting from Microsoft Dynamics and what that's a CRM system, they're actually not that difficult to actually code if you give people enough time. So we are continuing to consume, if you go back to the innovation part, we are continuously as a country consuming software from other countries. In the long run, it will have its own problems. If you follow Russia and other countries that have been sanctioned now, you will know as a country what could end up happening to you in the digital era or digital transformation era if your entire information systems environment is imported from the US and Europe. The day you get sanctioned for your Israel, you will see what would happen. So we felt it is very important, if we go back to the aspirations of the STI, to encourage locally produced software. Just again, sticking there, going to the LMS. If you look at most universities, including TVET colleges, they use an LMS which is based on a software called Canvas. It's an American company. Whether you go to VERDS, thing is, if you go deep, you'll realize it's Canvas. It's not a complicated system at all. And those are things that we can develop, and hence we've tasked our universities and our research chairs to develop these systems. And I think the LMS has shown, unlike most companies who are chasing time and no scope creep, the universities tend to be very, especially at the postgraduate level, they tend to be very enthusiastic because this is something that is pride to them. But the aim there is not to just develop the system, and the aim there is to take, hence we said the triple helix model. Obviously, when we began, we needed a system that runs. We had problems with even our own system, which we paid a lot of money for, which didn't work properly. So we needed to get to the system fast. So we started with just working with the research chair to develop the system. But the aim is that this system that we developed with the help of a particular university should be given to somebody else who would mature it, maintain it, and commercialize it for themselves, so that we can create this structure. If you remember when we started, the innovation is not just for ourselves. We want to start a process where we lead this culture of innovation that we are talking about, especially in government. So once we have this system, we're going to give it to an SMME through an open hackathon so that we can get the best brains or young people who can take the system and commercialize it. And we're not just going to give them a system. We're going to give them a contract so that they maintain it, this very same system for us, while improving it with the university. In that way, we make sure that they are actually viable businesses from the start. So they don't come in and we say, here's a system, see what you do. No. We say, here's a system. You still have the TUT will assist you as you build your own capacity. Build this system. We will use it. That's the agreement which we are giving you. But we're also giving you a 5-year contract to manage this, to maintain this system and also improve it while you're building capacity, so that hopefully one day we will have our own canvas in the country that would not only serve the PSET system in South Africa and to go to Africa and other jurisdictions as well. And that's what we are doing in terms of the triple helix model. And for other systems, we'll bring the SMMEs earlier so that they can co-develop these systems with universities. It's just that the LMS we had started, we had to move faster to address the issues that we had. So So to put this in the context of the shared services model, one of the reasons I have this slide, it is really to address the issue of adoption in terms of the shared services model. I'm not going to go into detail. I'm skipping the slide on explaining what the shared services model is, because I think it's a concept that is well understood, and I think the AG has also explained it a bit. I just want to go into the types of shared services model. So to give comfort to SETAs in terms of what, at least from our side as MICTs, that we see this work and how we see it would work going forward. So you would typically have centralized model. In that type of a model, you have an ICT body sitting somewhere. It makes all the decision, it architects, and it forces this thing down to everybody's throats, whether you like it or not. And that usually creates a hate in these companies for the IT department. The problem with this is that it's not really responsive to the user's needs, especially down if you've got a distributed company. I used to work for Anglo, and there I was responsible actually for Anglo Platinum. I was responsible for running ICT, and that's exactly what we had. We had lots of mines everywhere, but we were making decisions sitting at 55 Marshall. And when I physically went to these mines myself, I realized that we usually were very far from reality in terms of what the users need. So that tends to be problematic, especially when you've got a lot of stakeholders like we would have. You have what is called the decentralized model, where you're sharing resources, they're distributed, but still everybody does their own things. There again, you don't benefit from the benefits that you have stationed. That would be cost, that would be effectiveness, efficiency, there'll be inconsistency. It's not something that would work with us. It is more of what's currently happening now at the SETAs. Every SETA has its own systems. There's a lot of wastage. We are not able to draw insights from the data for the SETAs. We have the outsource model. Some SETAs had it in the past, where you would give it to some company outside, and the program director, okay, I'll move fast. You'll give it outside, and somebody else runs with your IT. Again, we've seen it at MICT SETA. There's a problem. We're in court now with a service provider who's holding our data hostage because they wanted to get as much money from us as possible. That doesn't work. What we are proposing is a community-based model where the system is designed to allow the flexibility, where the common things are put together, but still the non-common things, each of the entities that are participating are able to have their own requirements, have their own processes, but still using a common platform so that you can be able to draw from all the benefits. The role players, again, we've got SETA. That's where we've got an agreement with SETA that will host it, the State Security, the State Information Technology Agency. I won't go into detail why. We've got the Home Affairs. It would assist us with some of the problems. We already have an agreement through DHEAD, where we are going to be able to query the National Population Database. Obviously, we have the research chairs, and we've got AGSA, National Treasury, to support the model. I will move quickly. So we've got quite a number of systems. Obviously, we've started with the LMS, which is the basis in the SETA space for most of the other systems. So if we're going to talk about integration, the LMS really becomes the basis for what we do in a SETA. On top of that, we're going to build an e-learning platform, which has already started, including Career Hub. And Career Hub is really going to do, again, solve some of the problems that we were talking about yesterday, learners that are finished. For instance, I, as someone who runs an IT company, myself, struggle to find learners that have specific skills. Once you have Career Hub, you are able to go in there as an employer and you say, I'm looking for an intern who has done Cisco certificate, that it gives you a list of those, you are able to go. So it will automate all that process of employers being able to do that, and that is based on the LMS. I will skip quickly to the data warehouse, but I think maybe no, I'll explain it later. So these are the feature systems that we are looking at. And I'm not going to go again where it would sit, but I think last slide that I'm going to look at, CEO, is that the way we envisage it will work is that the SETAs will have all their own containers, meaning you have a shared database, but you have your own container with your own rules, your own processes, and those databases will then sit. We will have the initial reporting that can be done, because you do need reporting that can be done in real time, but you will extract all that information into a data warehouse, and if you recall, one of the systems is a data warehouse and a data lake at the bottom there by DUT. And the aim for that is to be able to take all that information, be able to do analytics on it with intelligence, do automated reporting to DHEAD, do automated reporting to the presidency and all other stakeholders. I think, let me leave it there. There'll be time for discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Tiga, if you can give him one more round of applause. Unfortunately, today is the other way around. I normally sit in meetings where he holds me accountable. So it's the other way around, unfortunately, my brother. Just on what has been presented by both AG and Mr. Tiga, there's a lot to say, definitely, in as far as that is concerned. We can take the rest of the day with his experience in the industry. You know, you would need the whole day to be taken through, you know, comprehensively. Just on what has been presented, colleagues, the critical issue, and I'm happy AG is here. More often than not, you know, there's this deepened perception that where regulations are too rigid or there's over-regulation, innovation tends to be stifled. We tend not to progress as much as we should. And a lot of people tend to say South Africa is highly over-regulated. The slide that you made reference to by Statistician General shows you that we are nowhere when it comes to innovation. Would you mind to put your view on that in less than 3 minutes? Equally AG, in less than 3 minutes, to say, with the rules that are there, is there something that AG can do to ensure that organizations that drive innovation, you know, you have some flexibility so that we thrive when it comes to innovation? Because in order for us to prosper as an emerging economy, we need to take advantage of digital economy. It's a big space. It's a very big space. And we are not doing much when it comes to that space. So if you can respond in two and a half to 3 minutes at the most. Here it's a revolving mic. But then I would want at least one question to be posed right after they would have responded to this one. And then we move to the other agenda item, which is collective bargaining.
Okay. No, thank you, CEO. I think we as I explained earlier, there is a lot of saying about regulation and. But I think we are proving it as MICT SETA that even in the current regulation, which can be improved to foster innovation, you can be able to do these things that we are doing. As AG have said it, we've made sure that we inform AG, this is what we are doing. It was not easy, by the way, CEO, as you would know. There's lots of casualties within MICT SETA when this thing was proposed. Both management and some board members thought we were going haywire when this was proposed. But taking it from a governance perspective, there is something that Marvin King calls a mindless approach to compliance. In fact, if you read the King 4, it keeps on referring to mindless approach to compliance. And what this means is really when we use compliance as a tick box exercise. When we start by saying compliance, I say this is what we put, someone comes with a proposal, you start with PFMA, without saying this is what I want to achieve, because you have a mandate. As SETAs, we exist to do something else, to do something. We must do what we need to do and comply, not start with compliance. And I think that's some of the problem that we have is really more human issue rather than the regulatory environment. There is enough within the current regulatory environment. If you are very serious and you are not planning to do funny things, you are open with the AG, go to the Treasury if you need to, and make sure you do what you need to do. Obviously, there can be more flexibility, but I think we have enough, and those who are bold enough, and as we have proven it, you are able to foster innovation.
Thanks very much, Mr. Tiha. AG.
No, thank you so much. I think you were spot on. And we don't actually have a choice. If you look at, if we want to be relevant as a country in a global space, and I think South Africa, we do move in that. In Africa, we are very respected. So we don't have a choice but to move with what the globe is moving towards. So we have to enable innovation. We have to create an environment for innovation. We'll always have regulations, because the more you come up with something, someone will come up with something that you need to now regulate. So that is the nature of it. I think embracing the regulations that are there, but not making it a stumbling block in making sure that we still create and we still move and we still keep up with the global society and the global community that we play in as South Africans. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Can I take just one question from the floor? Inclusivity is part of what we're doing.
Thank you very much, CEO. Thank you, HE and Tate Loyiso. I think this is quite an exciting initiative and project that is being driven by MICT SETA, and indeed it has our fullest support. Just as a scholar in digital transformation, and maybe just listening to the presentation, my assumption is also that you would have maybe taken into account the need for us to have a system that then will take care of a complex environment, environment that would then have multiple layers. As you know that we are 21 with one mandate, but when you look at the windows, one closed in August, one closed in December, one closed in January, etc., etc. And when you also look at the systems of how we evaluate and standards and all of that, so there's a lot of multiplicity and multi-layer type of systems and environment within which SETAs operate. So I think what would also help, really, as I was just thinking about this, which is a very important system that is being developed, is that perhaps just so that at the end of the day, when we say we have something to offer, that thing is almost taking care of the nuances, multiple nuances within the SETA system. We should maybe look at incorporating other SETAs, maybe 10% of the SETAs, to say, let's see if we select 10% and use these 10% to begin to come up with this system that will be able to be a system of SETAs going forward. The reason being, if we're going to go beyond MICT SETA as a guinea pig, we might then be able to take care of the multiplicity and multi-layers that we are actually finding in the SETA space. The complexity of our environment, I think, would then require that at the developmental level, we already take care of that. Otherwise, fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I would allow the chair of chairs just to pose two last, and then we'll respond to all the questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Just three quick ones. One is to perhaps, if it were possible for the AG to give us a comment on the possibility of migrating the systems beyond SETA, the SETA space, to the PSET sector and beyond to government. The second one is, has there been thought, or could it help to have thought that says, instead of then handing it over to a single SMME to run with it, actually create an environment of keeping it. If it doesn't exist, create it. Keeping it is semi-government so that it benefits more than one SMME. The SMMEs get a license to use it, but it's a government initiative. Okay? Then the third one would be, there's an interesting development that has come in here that relates to the governance and the movement of this beyond, that suggests that it may be necessary that we perhaps look at establishing a committee with the accounting authorities under the umbrella of the accounting authorities of SETAs in this coordinated structure that would then ensure that we look at all the issues that relate on how we move this forward going forward, because it's a brilliant initiative, as the CEO has said. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I'm going to allow responses. I'm not sure, AG can start and then Mr. Luiso will follow.
Thank you. I think the one that's posed to me was mainly to say, is there a possibility that it goes beyond? I think that is what the vision is for the future, especially in the PSET environment. But what I do have appreciated is that there seems to be a relationship between MICT as well as the SETA, SITA, which is caretaking the broader government, so your departments. And I think that relationship would be critical, because not only do you need to integrate with your Home Affairs, but you would need to integrate with SARS, you would need to integrate with the UIF. So it would be important that that relationship, as we are developing, it also gets strengthened, and we make sure that we are able to feed into these other systems. I know the IJS, the Integrated Justice System, is also there, which is a very good one as well to integrate with. So it would be very important that the relationship gets strengthened.
Thank you very much. On the first question, we are actually very much aligned. I think I couldn't finish because of time. There's a slide which I skipped, which details how then the other SETA would go. We are proposing a subscription model. Obviously, other SETAs would have contracts that would be longer, maybe taking on for another 3 years, so we can't just say stop your contracts. Others which are willing, and the way we see it, the ones that don't have contracts that are on month to month can start looking at the system. Each SETA is meant to have its own processes, and again, there's a slide on that. Because it will have its own processes, it will have its own windows. So each SETA will have its own system developed within the bigger data framework. There's a data framework which is the same at the bottom. Obviously, even in that data framework that we would agree on, other SETAs will have more fields than others that others do not have. But it will be similar so that you can be able to query and manipulate the data. And then all that information, not just the LMS, all the information from all the systems will be fed into what is called a data warehouse. And a data warehouse is just a tool to make sure that you take large amounts of data from different types of structured databases and be able to draw insights, analytics. Now analytics even use AI to be able to, some of the things that the AG said, where you're able to predict some of the things that we were even seeing, to even come up with, AI will even assist to say this is what you ought to be doing. That will also assist in terms of our MIS system, that's the Management Information System, that assists management to do its things. It's also on the slide. We also have a DSS, a Decision Support Making System, that again gives you the ability to be able on real time to get all the information you need to make decisions. And on top of that, we also have a data lake project by TUT, which will then pull data from even things like social media and all of that, and be able to make sense out of it using, again, analytics and AI, and be able to say what is the public saying, what is the industry saying, and be able to present that to DHEAD, to all other relevant government departments. On the issue of the SMMEs, I must respectfully disagree, because the key is innovation, and I think it's been proven in a number of times. Unless when you have places like in the US, you would have even in South Africa, it was the same, the Department of Defense. It would be innovative in creating things, but when these things need to flow, all over it has been seen that private sector is better at continuing with innovation. Most of the large companies in the world, even though they are started by government, and I think we may differ on this, so I'm not saying mine is put. But we do believe that you need to create Microsofts of South Africa. You need to create Oracles. You need to create, and that will not happen if that Oracle is government in our context. And we've not seen it where you create global IT companies. And we believe if they are in the hands of the private sector, supported by government throughout, hence we support this innovation, they are more likely to create large IT companies that can go into Africa, and other countries are not willing to work with government companies. But if it's a private sector companies, it will find it easy to go and sell the solution in other jurisdictions and be able to create products that we can export. But it's an issue that I know even internally it was not a unanimous decision.
Thanks very much. That tells you that it's getting even more interesting. It's the big debate. It's a question that we must start interrogating at Chairperson's Forum, at ASEO, to say where do we go, and look at the benefits of each side and the disadvantages of each side. And it's becoming even more enriching. It's just unfortunate that we are under pressure for time. We've got one other subject matter that we need to deal with, which talks to collective bargaining, which the program director said we must tackle before we depart. And I'm going to give an approach.
Please, I'm so sorry. We wanna rally behind the initiative. Just the branding, CEOs are saying it says mixed SETA LMIS. Maybe let's change it from mixed SETA to something like ASEO or something like a central name, so that SETAs can then come on board.
Yes.
Yeah, sensitive things like that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, Dr. Feleng, if you want to put in your views in as far as collective bargaining is concerned, before I do. And if permissible, I can give a viewpoint, and because we are a collective and we want to ensure inclusivity, we'll solicit inputs from the floor. The main purpose of achieving that collective bargaining, colleagues, just a sec.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important topic that we know that we have collectively worked on quite hard for quite a long time. And I think it's the topic that the ministry also is quite passionate about. But we're also looking at the time now to say that perhaps it might not be prudent for us to now try to quickly tackle that topic. We will continue to deal with it in our ASEO forum and then the Chairperson's Forum and see how we consolidate views. Chair?
I think, yes, we concur with the proposition, because in the Chairperson's Forum, Duncan Hingle is actually Chairperson of ETDP SETA, is the lead. So maybe it would be fair for us to allow another opportunity to take that conversation and acknowledge that we did try, but because of time, maybe, Chair, we couldn't do justice to it.
Thanks very much for your active participation. I'm going to allow Mr. Tira to, just in 2 minutes, concluding remarks, and AGSA concluding remarks, and would allow colleagues to have some cooling off period of 5 minutes.
The same one for me. I think it's a beautiful event that we're sitting with leadership from DHET, or sitting with the leadership from the accounting authorities. For any digital transformation innovation project to work, the first start is what is called in the digital transformation literature is digital leadership. So if we get adoption starting from leadership and support from leadership, it becomes easy to go down. So to go down to the other structures. Obviously, there are quite a number of things that would go into driving adoption. But I think as a first step, if we can go out of this and get adoption from the chairs, the Association of the Chairs, the Associations of the CEOs, the accounting authorities, it will be an easier thing. Then it becomes mundane. And where there is a need for discussions on things that are not clear, I think I've picked one of them up, and it's an issue that I'll take because we've already resolved as a board. But I think it's an issue that we might have to take back and relook at. Obviously, we all will have different opinions on some of these things. But I think for me, the first start is what I'm seeing from the feedback that I'm getting in people's faces. I think we can get that. And for me, if we have the leadership on our side, we are ready to go. And I thank you very much.
I'll just be a minute. I think from my side, thank you for the invitation. I think last year was also a start for us to actually look at what are the systems in the SETA, how easy it is to get data, how easy it is to analyze. It was not an easy task. And I think, I don't know, I'm sure the CEOs would probably be more happier than DHEAD, because once you have a system and at any point in time, you are able to just see what is the impact that I'm having, am I in the right direction? Unlike waiting a month after a quarter is finished and then you only realize I'm not actually achieving anything or I'm not going anywhere. I think this will really make a huge change. And looking at what the statistics were showing, I think we have a bigger job at our hands rather than collecting, data capturing and trying to sift through data. But rather just getting the data at a press of a button and just making a decision to better the lives of South Africans. Thank you.
Thanks very much. If you can kindly give them a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. In my concluding remarks, let me just indicate that we really need to digitize as South Africa. We need to digitize at a scale never seen before. But as we digitize, we must never forget the importance of connectivity. There can't be a rural area, a school in some rural area at this time and age with no connectivity, and we continue as if everything is normal. We need to garner resources, lobby the private sector, and ensure that our rural schools, including high schools, have connectivity so that our learners can be exposed to the benefits that come with digital economy at a young age. Thanks very much, colleagues, and have a lovely one. Thanks very much.
The chair of construction SETA to come and render a musical item. Who else is the chair of construction SETA? Yeah. May we please assume our seats. The chairperson of CEOs has a caucus. May the caucuses at the back disband and please join us in the main plenary. May the coordinators who are helping us from the commissions please activate other colleagues to help us get those who are standing outside to come back inside. May I also invite the facilitators and rapporteurs for our breakaway sessions to come to the front. Mr. Tibela, your seat is here. Yeah, I know. You just, you got it now? No, it's fine. I'll do it. Yeah, sure. Do that and finish. Facilitators and rapporteurs for the commissions, please come to the front. Breakaway session 5, Mr. Matibana, please come to the front.
No, it will be questions asked that each of us will have to answer after our presentation.
Or after your presentation.
Zamo, where is your rapporteur? Huh?
No, I just answered you.
Oh, okay.
Each of us are going to present.
Are you reporting on behalf of that breakaway? We're only missing Mr. Sipengane now. Colleagues from Services SETA, can you please deliver the CEO of Services SETA alive to the front? All right, colleagues, in the interest of time, can we please settle? We are going to invite the first My eyesight is compromising me. I could be calling those people by name, but they look like Thabo Masombo. Colleagues, if we don't settle and we start this program, I will never be given this tender to run these proceedings again. So please help me. All right, now we are going to take the reports. You see, when the chair of chairs and the chair of COs are looking at me like that, I'm in trouble. Colleagues, we're not going to take these reports in a linear way. We're not going to take 1 to 5. We're going to take as they are here and they are ready. And I am going to start from the group that was here because this is their home ground advantage. I'm going to invite the CEO of MICT SETA, Mr. Matume Matibana, to come and present the outcomes of their a session. In summary, just highlighting the suggestions that they are making. We know that the reports will be shared with all of us to interact with them. And the most important part about this session is that we want to give plenary an opportunity to engage. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thanks very much, Program Director. Key points to reflect from the presentations made, colleagues, are as follows. To ensure that going forward, SETAs improve their IT infrastructure such that the shared service thanks very much. There's also a need for integrated learner management system which should cover or be expanded beyond SETAs and incorporate your TVETs and the universities. There are many benefits, according to colleagues, and AG has made the same testimony when it comes to shared services that relates to saving of costs, elimination of double dipping by learners, and it also facilitates a climate where decisions can be made faster from the data that would have been collected. The need to take a lead on innovation, on issues of 4IR and ICT shared services mandated by the Minister, increased investment in innovation. The STI white paper further requires the approach towards implementation. Triple helix model adopted, but future recommendation is that the quasi-helix model, which brought society as a fourth component within an innovation system, should be followed. Various shared service model types presented. Those are centralized model, decentralized model, outsourced and community model. SETAs are overly regulated, but SETAs must do what is expected to deliver and comply. This one will get us into fights with AG. Countries with improved economic growth invest in innovation. This is in line with the Statistician General of South Africa, which indicated that the SA economy is not growing as expected. This is because South Africa is not exploiting the benefits of IR and innovation as presented by the SGSA, the benefits that come with digital economy. Recommendations from participants, we managed also to engage our participants. Some of the recommendations made were that shared service model to consider the complexity of the landscape in terms of processes. There is a requirement to iron out issues of multiplicity and multi-layered approach. We must consider how to deal with the nuances of people moving from one SETA to another, or within the PSET system, committing acts of corruption and fraud, moving from one entity to another. And we need to also adopt a few SETAs and include as part of the pilot project before full rollout. This should further consider plans to roll out the system to the entire PSET and government. maybe I should pause there. There are other areas, but I think they might take quite longer, unless if time still permits. I can continue. Yes. And, can pause it here. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are taking high-level recommendations that are coming from those sessions. Those sessions were filled up by all of us, and we are still going to engage on those. Thank you for that good example, Mr. Matibane. Over to you, Mr. Tom.
Good afternoon. We were breakaway 3, where we were looking at issues of 4IR, Centers of Excellence. I think what became very clear in our commission is that there is a need for digital literacy and fluency. So how then are we going to then do that? By ensuring that all of us in the system, in the PSET system, we put in a process to capacitate lecturers, facilitators, and everyone that is involved in the teaching or learning provision in the 4IR space. It was clear that a number of other SETAs have invested in the infrastructure related to 4IR and 5IR, but it was clear that that's not enough. We then agreed that there must be an acceleration, because time is not on our side, to ensure that we accelerate the establishment of centers of excellence related to 4IR by obviously investing through the infrastructure, but the investment must be an integrated approach. It should not just be about putting the infrastructure, it should be about looking at the users, looking at the learners, and looking at everyone that is in that particular space. There was also an agreement that we should also focus on the PPP, which is a public partnership, in order for us to massify and include other sectors, community colleges, community organizations, NGOs, and ensure that our approach is inclusive. We should also look at curriculum development, and in our curriculum development, we'll obviously have to look at all the sources and documents that we have within the PSET system, including partnering with the sector to ensure that the skills that we are producing are the ones that are required by the industry. I think those were the few points that we agreed upon by our commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to all. I'm coming from Commission 4. We were dealing with a topic that says building a sustainable and impactful skills system through collaboration and cooperation among all the SETAs. And in our discussion, we considered that one of the principles that we must look at is around making sure that whatever we collaborate on must really assist us in terms of accessibility, in terms of the visible impact, in terms of making sure that ultimately we are able to focus on skills for employment and skills for the future. Guided by what we've been given, we have come up with five key outcomes that we want to present to plenary. And the first one is to strengthen the implementation of collaboration framework with very clear specific goals, with very clear roles for different role players, and where we also are very clear in terms of who are we focusing on being the beneficiaries. We understood that there are already a number of documents that guide us, there are a number of documents that guide what we should be doing together and individually, and we thought that one of the things that we should do is really in the main to strengthen the implementation. So we must go back and look at those frameworks and just implement them to make sure that we are able to collaborate better. And the second outcome that we also looked at, before I move to the second one, let me just also indicate that as in our deliberations, looking at the area of collaboration, we actually thought that the fact that we have this kind of a summit today and yesterday is in itself a demonstration of this collaboration. If we can just take it further and collaborate also on the core business of the work that we do. The second one that I wanted to also share with colleagues from our commission is the fact that we must also strengthen all the inter-SETA structures. We know that we have got a number of structures, being the Forum of the CEOs, the Forum of the CFOs, the Forum of the COO, that also requires much in terms of strengthening it and making it an effective structure, because we believe that it's through these structures that we can be able to facilitate joint planning, we can be able to facilitate joint coordination of projects, but also so that we can monitor and also be able to report accordingly. So we thought that strengthening the current inter-SETA structures will actually go a long way in terms of assisting us to collaborate. I think what is important becomes the agenda of these structures, in making sure that the agenda has to do with implementation of key programs and also monitoring and discussing those programs in those particular structures. We also thought that it's important that we also bring in the Integrated Planning Committee that was launched by the Minister, that can also assist with overseeing and also providing oversight on the implementation of the collaborations project programs that we would have looked at. We also thought that it's important, colleagues, that in us collaborating, when we have joint planning in particular, we must be able to identify programs that we are going to collaborate on, but it's also important that we are able to ring-fence funding for those projects, because once funds are ring-fenced, we are then able to collaborate better. And the last one that we had from our side was, and also coming from this particular summit, maybe to sign a collaboration accord between all of us, but also see whether we can extend it to the entire PSET, so that we can all agree to collaborate and we are able to move in that spirit going forward. And the last thing that we thought is important to raise, not as an outcome, because areas of collaboration requires maturity, requires sustainability and all of that. There was a point that we should raise to plenary for consideration, and given the fact that in most cases we find that the terms of the COs are not are ending in 5 years and 3 years and so forth, and I can say that because I'm not the CEO, so I'm not conflicted, that there should be a consideration to extend, to look at, particularly from the NSA, to consider reviewing the terms of the COs in SETAs, so that we can then have that sustainability in terms of running with the projects that we want to run with. Police, I think, in short, these are just some of our inputs coming from the Commission. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Tivela. I'm representing Commission 1. And the first question that we had to deal with is as follows: to what extent can industry play a paramount role in assisting the SETAs to respond to the occupational shortages and skills gaps identified in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan? One of the issues that we identified there was that some employers find it difficult to work with the SETAs when it comes to the WBL programs, because they look at it as a tick box exercise for the BEE requirements that they have to meet. And then we are proposing that perhaps there's a need to relook at the regulatory reform
to bring in some form of enforcement to ensure that the employers will then take this as something that is mandatory. Then the second point is to encourage the employers to start bringing some incentives to the mentors, because there are instances where it may happen that the mentors maybe are not willing to be working with those trainees who need the practical training. Then if they can really bring some incentives to ensure that those employees are developing interest in the mentoring and coaching. Then there is also a need to close the gap between the theory and practice in the space of WBL. An example that was given relates to the private and the public TVET colleges, whereby you find that in the private college system, you will find lecturers who have an understanding also of the industry experience. Whereas you go to the public TVET system, you find that half of those lecturers are only understanding theory because they've never been exposed to industry. And then the suggestion there is for the SETAs to start assisting the TVETs in terms of exposure of the lecturers to the workplace experience, so that they can have that theory and practical. Then the second issue related to SETAs: how can SETAs effectively collaborate with industry partners to strengthen the provision of WBL? Then we picked up here that most often in the companies that we interact with as SETAs, we interact through the skills development facilitators, and those people are sitting at the lower levels within the hierarchy in the organizations. So a proposal here is that SETA executives and CEOs need to start really having engagements with the captains of the industry at a higher level and make them understand the importance of the programs that we have to run between ourselves and them and work together. And also from industry side, there was a point that came through with regard to the bureaucratic processes that exist in many SETAs. Then the suggestion has been that since we are talking collaboration going forward, perhaps it might be best to start identifying pockets of excellence as SETAs. If SETA A has a better or an efficient process in terms of the grants, discretionary grant applications, why should other SETAs take longer instead of really adopting the system that is efficient and currently working well, because other stakeholders are saying, I'm not struggling with my SETA in terms of the application processes. And there's a need also for the SETA to understand their stakeholders and understand the training that is really being conducted at industry level, because it looks like we are more interested as SETAs to be getting the levies, and we receive reports, and then we disperse the 20% mandatory grants. So then we need to start really focusing on really getting to know the training that is happening there and see how then can we work together with these sectors. And there was an important point also mentioned that the training is actually happening at the industry level and not in the SETAs. Therefore, any changes that relates to regulations and policies, we need to bring in the industry on board instead of us sitting in our offices as policymakers, particularly on the department side. You decide on a policy, and when you have to implement, the industry has not really participated or given an input, then it becomes difficult for that collaboration to work effectively. Then in what ways can SETAs engage with educational institutions to ensure a seamless transition from education and employment? A number of points came through here. The first one being that the tertiary institutions should ensure that they have got databases of the learners that have really gone through their system, particularly that want the WBL placements, so that they are the ones who can interact directly. Because a question came, one comment came to say that we apply to the SETAs, and some SETAs are directing us back to the tertiary institutions, whereas other SETAs are working directly with the providers and the employers. So there's a call again here for collaboration among SETAs to say, let us streamline our processes to ensure that if the best model is that the tertiary institutions are the ones that will really apply to the SETAs in terms of WBL, let it be so, rather than SETAs doing it differently, because one TVET college principal indicated that, yes, we can't work with private providers who have to place learners. And if learners came from our college, it should be us who really apply for funding to the SETAs. But other SETAs are allowing even the providers directly to get the funding. So there is that fragmentation there, wherein we can work together. Some universities are saying, yes, it is possible for us really to have databases. Then again here, the point that came through was that one of lecturers in the public TVET college, and emphasis was made again that we needed to invest in that to ensure that they get, that practical experience to go to industry for maybe 3 months or so for them to get an understanding, because it is really difficult when those learners are now taken to the industry for the practical experience. You find that even the quality of the theoretical part that they received leaves much to be desired. Then there was an issue raised around the backlog in qualification registrations as a challenge. We didn't capture it fully here. I guess the colleagues who were within the group, some will really add in there to say what did we mean by having this point. Then what are the challenges and opportunities in fostering partnership between SETAs and industry? So as I indicated earlier, program director, there's issue of processes in the SETAs. It's coming through again. So then SETAs needed to really identify the industries that they need to work with and go the partnership route than the DG window. Because at times the DG window is not assisting you, rather than identify that currently we have WBL opportunities in these specific areas, who do we work with? Then you go the partnership route, because now the partnership route will assist you in terms of fast-tracking the process, because you will have identified the industry to work with. Than opening a window where you receive a lot of applications, and some are even discouraged to apply because they know that SETA A's process is cumbersome. We can't even apply, even though there's opportunity for them to work with you. And the last point, there is no coordination between TVET and SETAs in terms of the WBL programs. This is what I've mentioned earlier. So this is a point where SETAs now and TVET colleges needed to agree going forward as to how do we effectively, coordinate in terms of this. If the WBL learners coming from TVET colleges have to come through TVETs, then we need to work on that particular model, rather than allowing a situation where at times TVETs come to us or industry come to us in terms of getting the learners to be trained. And the last point here, Program Director, is the issue of the skill centers, that the SETAs needed to really work collaboratively with the industries and identify those that currently have capacity in terms of your trade test centers and skill centers to offer training, because this is where we can maximize, rather than finding ourselves at times struggling with training facilities when they are there in the private sector. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Hey, let me adjust this. Program Director, let me quickly get on into Program 2,
which was dealing with sustainable entrepreneurial, SMME, and cooperatives development program, and self-employment creation. Indeed, this was a very interesting topic, and engagement was so robust to an extent that the participants felt that time should have been much more longer, because each and everyone wanted to share experience and inputs into this area of critical importance. Reason being that we know small business is big business. The economies, even of the first world countries, are driven by small business, as we have heard from the minister yesterday. The role that is played by small business in contributing towards economic growth. And we have seen our statistics here from Stats SA that really we are not doing well in the areas that could be assisting our growth and development and sustainability of small business. So we need to do a little bit more. But one point that is very critical, it starts with strategic collaborations and partnerships that need to happen across the PSET as well as with government support agencies. We were fortunate to have the presentation by SETA, the DDG from Small Business Department, who shared also, they both shared a number of support interventions that are ready at a policy level and strategic level from their part that seeks to support growth and sustainability of small business as well as cooperatives. But the question was, to what extent are we having knowledge and information about those products? To what extent are we directing our beneficiaries in skills development to access such interventions? So it becomes critical that now, instead of having these individual memorandums of understanding, memorandum of agreements or SLAs, whatever we call it, as individual SETAs, it perpetuates the silo operation into interventions targeting this area of importance. So we agreed that as a collective now as SETAs, we need to ensure that we set up the memorandum of agreements with these state institutions. Because one of the critical areas that are required over and above skills support is access to market, being competitive, access to finance, to assist the seed capital for startups. If we only focus on skills development in the form of education and training without this enabling environment in the form of these support interventions, we will not succeed. The other important area is tracking and tracing of the interventions we are making into business startups, small businesses, as well as co-ops, to check where they are now. So impact assessment linked into monitoring and evaluation remains critical for each and every SETA in those pockets of support interventions that we are doing. Because we believe there's quite a lot happening there, but on a very smaller scale, which may not necessarily be impactful. So we are agreeing to say now that let's use this central input and coordination through what we have launched now in this summit as a platform and an avenue where we will be sharing collaboratively so the engagements, the support mechanism that we are doing, and report on impacts of these interventions. So we are breaking away as SETAs from silo interventions, in particular in relation to cooperatives and small businesses. Of importance also is the fact that when we look into our discretionary grant policies, let's understand that for an SMME intervention, it just doesn't end on training. There's coaching, mentorship, incubation that goes along various skills training intervention. And if we don't provide funding thereof, of such interventions, we have failed before starting. The other area of support from SETAs in this particular area is that of ensuring that from the graduates' interns, we place this expertise and knowledge into small businesses and fund that program to enable them to support businesses on key critical competences: your financial management, your stock taking, your market analysis, so on and so forth, your business planning. We have realized that in some first world countries, there is a lot of successes that are achieved through such similar interventions, which include, but not limited to, gathering experienced people that are not necessarily in employment, are out of employment for various reasons, but are still economically active. We bring them to support. They might be retrenched, they might have lost job through COVID, as we experience all that negativity happening. We bring them into the small business support arena and engage them to do that. If it's happening in Netherlands, why it can't happen here? Because the SMME sector is a global phenomenon that should be addressed, learning from various global experiences. We need to ensure that now within the higher education and training institutions, the curricula is inclusive of entrepreneurship. It's not a matter of choice. Whatever field of study must have entrepreneurship as a compulsory elective. It goes on to further include entrepreneurship at basic education level, because we have to deal with mindset and inculcating the culture of entrepreneurship at a younger age of education development. So in a nutshell, it appears that key is collaboration, monitoring and evaluation, tracking and tracing of our interventions to gauge the success thereof, platforms to share our experiences. Our career guidance should have a dedicated focus that is directed to entrepreneurship, knowledge, information, and support. We cannot operate in isolation from industry, as well as the government support that is there for entrepreneurship and cooperative development. As I'm moving towards the end, entrepreneurship digital skills remain critical. We are in a global village now that is getting technologically advanced. To deal with competitiveness globally and access markets, technology should come to the fore. So we need to have digital skills that cut across economic sectors, supported by all SETAs, directing entrepreneurship development. Further on, when you look into the TVET sector and the university, let me say SET broadly speaking, we are encouraging that the incubation facilities that are funded by SETA at TVET level should be optimally utilized. Learners that go through trade and related skills and achieve artisanal recognition for the country, let those artisans be directed towards starting and running their own businesses. We cannot have an artisan, a qualified artisan, standing by the corner of the road by the robot looking for a job. Let them be directed towards starting and running their own businesses. That is going to require a lot of digital interventions. All of you here with a smartphone, if you can just go to Google and say, carpenter near me, it automatically tells you who is within the vicinity. So if then digital skills are left out for these qualified artisans, it then therefore limits them to access the markets on things that they individually can be able to do and access jobs, because we need these types of skills as households, as industry, etc., and etc. So it's critical that now the curricula at universities, TVET colleges should bring about entrepreneurship. There is no other choice. Do that academics now. The time is now. And we are looking at the CET colleges, also taken serious in terms of the SETA collaboration and partnership. That will assist to bring on board cooperative development programs, which could enable even people across all levels of formal education, even those that have not gained formal education, at lowest levels within our communities, to bring now the knowledge and skills related to what they are already doing. There's already a lot of good work they are doing. To some extent, they need skills support here and there to enhance their businesses and begin to supply the industry for various needs. So then, therefore, it encourages us to explore broadly within the PSET system and go outside with our industry partners and look at us as a collective and look at the policy framework and the regulatory framework that is governing our work and our mandate, and begin to align it to directed support to this particular sector of importance. I thank you.
Let's give all of them another round of applause, please. We are now, when I look at the time, by now we're supposed to be finishing the item on the pledges. And so we are 15 minutes behind time, behind schedule. And that is exactly the time I'm going to allocate to take us to the half of the hour that we take if there are any further inputs from the plenary. You remember yesterday we launched high impact projects. So even now we're going to take high impact ideas. If it is something that you can live without saying, because we're all in a position of advantage here. You can write it in a piece of paper, you can write it on email, and then into the colleagues that have been coordinating here. The process of developing the report will take those into consideration. And so I'm going to take few hands from each of the rows that we have. I must say in advance, the presenters are not going to respond to those. We take those, even if there are questions or suggestions, we take them as suggestions that must be integrated into the work that the different breakaway teams were working with. And so let me start with the CEO, Dr. Yende, in this row. Are there any other speakers in this row that want to be recognized? I don't see any other hands. Thank you very much. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Program Director and our Chairperson of PSETA. Now, let me also thank our rapporteurs. Mine is just a suggestion, Chair, Program Director, and just moving from where the discussion started and where we are at, and just maybe as a way of also adding to the way forward that has been provided by our colleagues. And I'm just speaking against the background that what led to the summit was the conceptualization of the 8 programs which were launched yesterday. Now, in my mind, because I'm just worried that sometimes when we now leave to our respective SETAs or workplaces, we tend to now focus on other things. Perhaps then in our mind as we close out, we need to then make sure that we do have a framework or a suggestion for our rapporteurs to then provide a framework per program to ASEO and maybe Chairperson's Forum. And why I'm saying that is because it's important that we move out with some kind of a framework that will look at maybe program 1 to program 8 and say, we need to be responding to a question that says how. We've got the what we want to do, now let's look at the how, the why and who we have got that, you collaborate and all of that. Now the why for me would then take form of an implementation framework that should then have something like a goal, objective, enablers, barriers, resources. If we're going to face that program, the implementation of that program, we need to face it with some timelines and a very clear implementation plan. For an example, under the enablers, we could say this is an ICT-led initiative or it's entrepreneurship. We could have as under enablers as a component of the framework, we could have a lead SETA that will be services SETA, as an example. And then we will then have support SETAs that will then work with that particular SETA. So I think we need to have that type of a framework that we will then build against each program. And then we will bring that together to actually come up with a one document that's going to lead the actual implementation of our programs, and therefore projects that are going to then be attached to those programs. Chair, I felt that it was important because we need to have that framework as a solid outcome and output of this initiative. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Number 2 in this row.
Thanks, Chair. Am I audible?
No, you're not. Kaisondeze.
Chair, I suspect that part of my comment will be similar to the previous speaker. I wanted to comment or get a sense in relation to the suggestion made by one commission regarding Windows. I do understand that, and I think I am aligned to that thinking that, or the experience that Windows can at times constrain efficiency in as far as the processes are concerned. But I heard something that says we may have to do away, or a recommendation from a commission was that we will do away with Windows. I would imagine that obviously you still cater for special projects. You open Windows for special projects, that's fine. But I do understand that a whole lot of applications come from mass, I want to call them a mass, but you get a whole lot of applications which with proposals that are not necessarily special projects but are still relevant in the work of a specific SETA, and therefore they also require some level of attention and be given or afforded an opportunity to participate. So I know because we have had experiences where in some cases we had to go back and review some of our criteria in approving applications because some of them would feel that for a longest time they've been disqualified and so on and so forth. So I'm thinking that maybe we would have to pay more attention. It may not be necessarily at this platform on that aspect. You may say, for instance, you consider looking at strategic prioritization of projects, looking at industry skills, skills needed for the economy, and so on and so forth. But of course, you would have to also come up with specific mechanisms, once again, to ensure that over and above those who can easily emerge through strategic projects, you also have others able to participate. I was just a bit worried about that comment. It's a valid concern, actually. However, I so wish that we can expand it a bit. Thank you.
Sure. Sure.
Thank you very much. Two proposals. One is the case studies of successes from the different sectors integrated, because I think there are many of them, yet one has to go to different platforms to look for them. And I think it will help to adapt that to the program that the MICT SETA is putting together. So look at the case studies and the best practices from the sector, from different leading points of the SETAs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sibusiso Mabaso. I'm coming from Services SETA, responsible for ICT. In the plenary, we went to the Services SETA, or to the SETA shared ICT services, and in that plenary, one of the proposals that were put forward had to deal with creating an ecosystem, to enable SMMEs, our young people to actually develop solutions and hook on into these ecosystems. But then, because of time, we were unable to actually unpack that further. So I would like to put forward a submission or a proposal to not just only look at those ecosystems, but also to encourage, those professionals in the language space to actually invest more on developing digital friendly languages, so that when we talk about applications, systems, whatever you may call it, it is actually talking to our people in their indigenous languages. Because what we are finding is that it becomes very difficult for any technological adoption if, for instance, is not necessarily coming through using your own understanding, your own languages. So I am proposing that the SETAs should actually perhaps look into that to actually encourage the development of languages such that any applications that are being developed are talking to the actual languages of people on the ground. Because we, in South Africa, we do know that we have issues of literacy, and you find that the majority of our people are illiterate. And therefore, if we were to have at least an impact in terms of rolling out digital skills and making sure that there's maximum adoption, let us focus on developing languages that can actually assist our people in understanding the IT environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come to the right, and there's already one hand. Is there any other hand? So there are only two hands in this row. We recognize you, sir. Please address us.
Thank you, Program Director. Colleagues, we really appreciate what happened and transpired in our breakaways. It emerged that the SETAs are really at work, doing exceptional work. The only challenge that is becoming visible is that SETAs are working in silos. We need to lower our guards and really compare notes, because there's a lot of programs that other SETAs are grappling with, while other SETAs are excelling at the speed of light. You look at the MICT SETA, they are aggressively addressing the fourth IR, of which in the mining we are still grappling with it. So comparing notes among SETAs, it becomes imperative. Linking that, Chair, with the program of NADAP that was launched last week Friday, I think it will give an augmented platform where we will be able to can, in engineering space and artisan world, compare more nodes and best practices and distribute them among SETAs. The second point of which is last, Chair, is the common programs that are running across all SETAs as identified in the 8 programs. 1, your digitization being program number 4, your program number 5 having wider learner management system, and the rural development, because they are coherently linked with the social labor plans in the mining industry, the MQA SETA that I'm working. So we have got a lot of build-ups that we just need to augment and make this plan a reality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you, my sister.
Thank you very much, my leaders. Firstly, let me just congratulate our leaders for ensuring that this program or project is a success. It is about time that the SETAs work together and not in competition with each other. These are my recommendations. Let us capacitate our member companies, which is the industry, to be able to participate better in the skills development agenda of South Africa. We have built millionaires and billionaires as SDPs. They are an extension of us outside ourselves, but nobody is monitoring their work. We need to actually be agile when it comes to our member companies who contribute towards a skills development levy and are not getting benefit for it because it does not make business sense for them. They are in business to make money and not for training, but we do need them as a strategic partners to ensure that the training of the skills development agenda in the country remains a top priority. My second input is that we need to ensure relationship with strategic partners as industries. We do not need to take our industries as, just like they're taking us as an afterthought to ensure that they comply with their BBBEE and all that. Forced relations is not going to work. We need cross collaborations and co-partnering with the industry. Our unions, our federations, member companies, they need to take their rightful place to ensure that even at the student level, the TVET and the universities, we absorb them as members in those professional bodies so that we can be able to speak collectively. The SETA need to change the way that we're looking at our stakeholders. We cannot continue to speak to organized structures. There is a lot that lies within the lines that we are losing with our people because they do not belong to other organized structures like your federations, your member companies. So we need to be able to save these people equally for inclusion and diversity in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to not ultra left, man, far left. There are no hands on the far left. Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, all the inputs that have been raised have been duly noted. They will go to enhance that which each of these breakaway sessions have already recommended. And there is an already existing thought of what should be the mechanisms of not only having these as ideas, but translating them into implementable programs and projects, and what should be the governance structures and systems for those, including this initiative of an implementation framework that is going to drive us for that which the minister was calling yesterday a dialectical relationship between that which a SETA must continue to do as a SETA in its sector and that which will be elevated into a collaboration for all of us, for the benefit of the system as a whole. And so I'm sure you would have seen why these are called CEOs, in the manner in which they encapsulated the discussions and presented them back to plenary in the shortest time possible. Let's give them a round of applause and thank them very much. You are dismissed. And let's invite DDG Mvalo. I saw him coming in. I don't know where he went to now. DDG Mvalo, I know in his village he is never invited to come and speak without a praise singer doing the things before. But unfortunately here, We are in no man's land. Can we get an indication if DDG Mvalo is... I saw someone rushing like him. Okay, in the meantime, let us invite the representatives of the social partners that have been invited to be signatories to this pledge. Before we sign on the pledge, I am also going to invite the CEO of ETDP SETA to read out the pledge to plenary, after which we shall then invite each of the identified representatives to honor us with their signatures. She is not here as well. Awungahlisa isipidi ungaduwe nokho. Can we get a copy of the pledge? May we invite the CEO of ETDP SETA to read out the pledge to plenary. In the meantime, may we invite the representatives of the social partners, the person who is duly, then the DGG also comes. May we invite the representative of organized labor to please come and join us in front.
I think at some stage we thought summation would be done before pledges, but it went wrong, eh?
He was not here. If he's ready, we can take that before. Wonderful. Thank you very much. I was telling plenary that in your village you never speak without the praise singer doing the things before. Yes. But because we're here now, we are going to break the protocol and invite the DDG to present the summary outcomes briefly. Over to you, DDG. Thank you very much.
Well, I should think, colleagues, we should be happy as people that we have arrived at this point now. After I had work, especially for yesterday, I know we finished very late yesterday. Then I was saying earlier on when we wanted to start that is because colleagues finished very late. Yesterday, some I was told that they even slept there. You know, so you did not sleep in your places because there was a lot taking place there up until early hours of this morning. But then I must really appreciate the hard work and that we have arrived to the point where we are today so that we can come close to the conclusion of the business. As almost everyone has said, colleagues, that this is the first ever summit of this nature that is being held within the remit of the SETAs, working obviously with the department as well as the ministry. So we're quite very happy. It means then therefore we are very ready for the 7th administration. Because the emphasis that we've been making, we're saying amongst ourselves, we need shovel-ready projects. Come 1st April 2025, we must be implementing these projects. And you are here to witness, I should think it's quite very huge, the work that we have undertaken since yesterday here. I'll call upon to my colleagues who are having my presentation to beam it so that I go through the presentation. And I must also attest, I'm seeing for the first time here in the podium. So I've not yet seen the document. It will be for the first time for me to go through the document with the outcomes. My esteemed colleagues, I should think you can show it so that we can go through. Where is it? Or must I manage it here? Where is it? Hey! Ikuphi man? Oh yes. I'm having nothing next to me. Where will I be reading it if I don't have something next to me? You see, the font is very small, it's a bit far away. It's not about showing me, colleagues, it's about the contents. We don't need phenotypical appearances and genotypical appearances. Can we bring it to me, rather, colleagues, if we are busy struggling, the outcomes, the document? It is coming. Colleagues, are you ready for this great occasion, this great moment? I know you have been ready for this, since yesterday. And some of you were dancing to the ceiling yesterday. You were dancing to the ceiling yesterday. Yeah, thanks very much.
Let me try and open it. Out comes you.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, we are here. I'm going to read through to avoid trying to infuse my own things, to what is before us. An overarching view is that there is a need for a paradigm shift from target-driven to impact-driven approach to SETA performance and monitoring. That was almost a consensus of everyone since we started yesterday, from early presenters up until this afternoon. Set up an integrated institutional delivery mechanism to ensure implementation of the launched 6 SETA integrated high-impact programs. I know the Deputy Minister gone through to all of them yesterday, but obviously it's very important for us to go through so that they are going to be driving us right through up until 2030, colleagues. Rural development for community impact, I like it because Minister said yesterday that, your rural development for community impact must be on top. So it means then, therefore, we mean a serious business. And colleagues, you might have seen the presentation by the Statistician General. So it was also speaking along these lines for us to make a particular attention to rural development. Infrastructure development and public sector institutional delivery capacitation. I was also saying, with my colleagues, especially from the office of the DG, perhaps as we're going forward, we'll need to develop some standards and norms with regard to infrastructure development. Obviously, appreciating, colleagues, the great work that the SETAs have been doing, especially since 2011. Significant reduction of unemployment people, including graduates. I should think the figures we have seen earlier on by the Statistician General. Well, I know some of us might have seen those figures for the first time. So it means then, therefore, a lot of work is required for us to undertake going to 1st April 2025. Sustainable entrepreneur, SMME, and cooperative development. We all know, colleagues, who are converted. The National Development Plan is directing that we must create about 11 million jobs by 2030, of which 90% of those jobs must be coming, especially within this particular sector. Holistic digitization and advancement of technology, infrastructure, research and development, quite very critical. Come 1st April 2025, we need to be massively rolling such programs. Effective and efficient shared services on information and communication technology. Fortunately, I was also seated here when there were presentations by AGSA as well as MICT SETA. Quite very interesting observation during that earlier on session. After the summit, the working committees that would have been set up as per summit resolutions will develop the implementation plans with clear deliverables, timelines, cost implications, and outcomes to be achieved in this process. That's going to be a huge task. If you ask us, we're saying, colleagues amongst ourselves, that we need by 31st December this year, 2024, we must have finalized all this work. So that come next year, we are not going around to say, you know, there is no project plan, there is no implementation plan, there is no costing, we have not yet interacted with social partners, the industry, and so on. The outcomes of the SETA Skills Summit must find expression in the SETA planning documents, your skills plans, your strategic plans, annual performance plans, service level agreements, and operational plans. So it means we'll be doing things a bit different and smarter as we go ahead with the 7th administration colleagues. And fortunately, the minister and the deputy minister, as well as the DG, they usher to us our very important policy instruments, whether it's white paper for post-school education and training, national plan for post-school education and training, national skills development plan, as well as a national development plan itself. Because the work that we are doing is still within the ambit or remit of our policy instruments. We're doing nothing outside our policy instruments. Creation of sound partnerships with employers and other stakeholders for delivery of impactful skills development interventions. We all agreed since yesterday that all what is required of us is the massification. And this is the methodology that is going to be assisting us in terms of that massification. The establishment of intersectoral smart technology-related skills centers to facilitate digital transformation by ensuring optimal skills provision to a new era worker. Well, I know Comrade Umtota is here. He will be quite very happy. I know also the emphasis to say we're doing less in terms of the worker education. Well, there is a specific committee that is dealing with the worker education, and much work has been done there, and we hoped that we would have had some summit, especially with the federation, so that we can make a presentation of the work that we have done. But then there is a lot of work that we have done already in that area. The establishment of mechanisms to ensure that the absorption of learners into the economy is accelerated. Colleagues, this is forever important for us. Minister was alluding to the marriage that our SETAs, must do between the SETAs as well as, TVET colleges, universities, as well as community education and training colleges. So this is going to be critical for all of us. In fact, we need to buttress by saying we must be conducting your tracer studies, or those destination studies, and, I was saying to colleagues, perhaps maybe we'll need to convene as this forum of this nature, whereby we look into the medium-term review, so that we don't wait up until 2030. Let's meet at some point, then to say, how far we have gone, where are the challenges, how can we deal with those challenges going forward. Adopt an approach by involving different stakeholders in mapping their needs and conceptualization of interventions. Well, we know, colleagues, if you speak of skills development, it's social partner-driven. When we say social partner-driven, it's organized labor, organized business, organized community constituencies, as well as organized state. I must emphasize, I know they normally think that the state is not organized. So it's also by including the organized state. Develop and implement a collective integrated management system for learner information. Well, that is extremely urgent, colleagues. That is extremely urgent. So if some of them we might think that we can do earlier, then that will be really appreciated. This one is forever critical for all of us. SETA boards to have diverse and relevant skills to create an enabling environment for successful execution of the SETA mandates. Well, colleagues, must also make this announcement. You know that the SETA board's tenure is coming to an end by 31st March next year, 2025. So it means then, therefore, as the department will be starting a process towards the end of the year, so that come 1st April 2025, we are ready and everyone has been inducted. So that no one is going to come to say, I am new and therefore I'm not part of the deal. Well, this is the deal for the system, not the deal for individuals. Formulate strategic collaborations and partnerships with PSET and other. Well, yeah, you see, when I'm reading for the first time, I can also correct whilst I'm in the podium. I've made the disclaimer to say I'm reading for the first time here. Formulate strategic collaboration and partnership with PSET and other social partners. Government is part of those partners. That's quite very critical. To identify challenges, opportunities, and support the growth and sustainability of small business, cooperative, and entrepreneurs, as well as impact assessment. So we need everybody, colleagues. It's not going to be the issue of the state running somewhere alone. All the social partners are going to be engaged and to be part of the process. I was already told of the commitment by the NSA, or the executive officer is not here, that there is going to be a presentation that is going to be made to NSA, where also social partners are in terms of the outcomes of this summit. Curriculum to include entrepreneur development. Well, I know DDJ Zongo has been dealing very much with the curriculum transformation, as well as DDJ Fuchane. So it means that, therefore, both our CET as well as our TVET sector will have to come handy into this process. Set up monitoring and evaluation systems to inform planning and continual improvement to achieve greater impact. Colleagues, you see, I'm reading for the first time, I thought there's another slide there. So, basically, these are the outcomes, colleagues, of this very important summit. And I think now we can put our hands together that we have come to this point well disciplined, because we know you are the tried and tested cadres of skills development in our country. I normally say, I said to, at some point to the sitters, we need to develop, a curriculum on skills development practitioners, so that some of us can be RPL'd, including myself, so that we can get such a certificate. Colleagues, can we put our hands together as you think we've done it? My program director, you can take it over.
Another one for the DDG. Thank you very much. Before I invite the CEO of ETDP SETA to read out the pledge, I want to kindly request that our host, the chairperson of chairpersons, Mr. Themba Ndlovu, to please join us here. The chairperson of CEOs to also join us here. And then we invite a representative of labor to also join us here. A representative of organized government to join us here. The representative of organized community constituency to join us here. A representative from business and employers to also join us here. I saw Yanni was here yesterday. I'm not sure who's here today. But a representative from organized business and employers to also join us here. There's a Kajeni caucus taking place here. As they come, let us then invite the CEO of ETDP SETA to please come and read out the pledge to plenary.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me greet you this afternoon and really acknowledge each and every one of you for resilience, commitment up to this end. Mine is just very short, is to read the pledge and get the pledge. I do understand that from the recommendations that we made, there is a request for a collaboration accord. For now, we just have to look at the pledge for internally. And then once we expand to partnerships that we had spoken of during our sessions and clarify the roles, then we'll have a collaboration accord. For now, these are the people that must make sure from now, tomorrow, implement these resolutions. Then we'll engage into the partnerships as per the outcomes that were raised and the institutional arrangements that will take place for us to continue immediately after this meeting. And I do understand that CEOs were asked to remain, and chairpersons, comms committee, content committee, just here a little bit because we have to start the work now. The SETA Skills Summit and launch of the SETA Integrated High Impact Programs. It would have been good if we had it there, the pledge. Can you please just quickly, so that people do know. This is a pledge, and I should say that the pledge for now, as I've said, it's an internal kind of, as per the constitutions of the SETAs that are there, and we'll move to a collaboration accord once we have our partners. As participants of the SETA Skills Summit 2024, we recognize the significance of our collective efforts in addressing the challenges before us. We hereby pledge our unwavering commitment to upholding the agreements reached during the summit. Understanding that our actions today will shape the future of generations to come. Let me repeat. Understanding that our actions today will shape the future of generations to come. We commit to working diligently to ensure the implementation of the resolutions formulated during this summit, holding each other accountable for the commitments undertaken at this summit, actively in collaborative efforts with each other, recognizing that sustainable solutions require collective actions and shared responsibilities. By signing this pledge, we affirm our commitment to the principles of collaboration and cooperation. The pledge is agreed by the following stakeholders or constituencies. I will read them and take the pledge. After a minute of them making a second commitment, they will join me on that table to sign. And by pending their signatures, it's a deal done. On all the resolutions that are there, organized employer or business representative, organized labor representative, community representative, government representative. These are the structures that are in our constitutions. But we know that for the mayor to go, we need the signature of the chairperson of the Chairpersons Forum on behalf of the boards. And we need the signature of the chairperson of the Association of SETA CEOs to make things happen. These people are representing the structure that they are leading. A penning of a signature is a representative form, no individuals at the end of the day. I thank you, Program Director. They will follow me.
Let us start with the chairperson chair. You have to start here before the chair of chairs. Chair of chairs. You have to start here for all to know and hear that you are pledging and then go and sign. So we can start with you here, Chair. You are pledging and then go inside.
On behalf of the Chairpersons Forum, and in my capacity as the chairperson of the Chairpersons Forum, I pledge the support, unwavering support of the chairpersons to the resolutions of this conference. I thank you.
No, Program Director, thanks. I'm seeing some CEOs here. Can I see some hands that support the pledge? No, thank you very much, CEOs. Therefore, on behalf of the CEOs, this democracy, on behalf of the CEOs, I hereby commit and pledge our support to the outcomes of this very important milestone in the life of skills development in the country. We are fully behind it and we'll do our best to make it a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, representative of Labour.
Greetings once more, comrade. Thank you, Comrade Chairperson, Comrade Chefuta. Comrades, as COSATU, disciplined forces of the left, we actually, before committing ourselves to anything, we believe on applying what we call it strategic consistency, tactical flexibility, analytical alertness before we commit ourselves to anything, in particular with the employer and other stakeholders. Therefore, comrades, we wish that you will pardon us for today, because COSATU is not the only federation that exists on land. We gather together under the chairpersonship of Wena Kuku, Tugana Matlat, you know very well, at NEDLEC. Therefore, comrades, for today, we will take this into consideration and refer it at NEDLEC as a position that has been taken. We note the fact that these are progressive outcomes, including the pledge itself. It is relevant, very progressive. I thank you.
Comrades, can you move closer? Let's invite the DDG on behalf of government.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I will take cue from the previous speakers and pledge our full support to the outcomes of this summit on behalf of our government. Indeed, this is a very progressive summit, and we look forward to the implementation of these resolutions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the community constituency made up of NGOs, CBOs, women, civics, people with disability, traditional leadership, and cooperatives. I think because our chair, the chair of our board is chairing this session, Mr. Chefuta, he then was able to consult widely amongst the apexes of these structures. And I can say without fear of contradiction that we do carry a mandate to sign on this pledge. And we shall be doing it. Thank you very much.
Let's give all the signatories to this pledge a round of applause as they take a picture. I think there is a high demand that the picture is not complete without me. Just wait, photographers. At this point, colleagues, let's invite the CEO of ETDP to conclude the task and do the give out of tokens of appreciation to our esteemed speakers, including the program director.
Where's your program? You wrote for me and I don't know what I did with that document. Thank you once more. And I should say that on behalf of the organizing team that is made up of the CEOs, we had teams that we had that worked together in ensuring that this is a success. We had the marketing and communications team, including media. We had the CHIP team. We also had the summit organizing team under the leadership of Mrs. Nglesi, Mr. Matibana, Ms. Mafulega, Ms. Lerimu, as well as Dr. Mashongwane. Those were the 5 CEOs who worked together with a team of very diligent individuals from various SETAs under Zodwa from MQA. They had sleepless nights, and the marketing team and overall coordinator, Ms. Mudene. So the few people that have been part of this, those that have been in the sessions, they were given the tokens of appreciation. And now I'm going to give to the DG. Can you come this side with those? If DG or somebody representing the DG, can I have the documents it's left behind so that I can quickly call the names in the interest of time? I wouldn't like to stand between the stomachs and the other kind of things that have to be done. The DG, okay, DG is not in at the moment. We, on behalf of the DG, the organizing team, would like to appreciate. I should say that DG has been with us from day one and forever with us. It has been taken by Move. The names. Let me just get to the names proper, otherwise I'll be messing up with the. Okay, thank you. Yes. Didi Jamvalo, the CEO of CEOs, the chair of chairs, our stewardship. Thank you very much. You see now, this thing is gone. Anajoy, this thing is gone. Mr. Andiles Pengane, our facilitator for SMMEs and cooperatives. Oh, thank you very much. Must keep it on, okay. Mr. Loiso Tjika, as our presenter there. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Jeffrey Nduma, Acting DDG, Department of Small Business Development. Is he not here? I know that he was here and was summoned to be here when I called the DG to say, please send somebody. Maybe he has gone back to attend to his challenges. Let me give the program, the program director for now, before I go to other people and say, program director, you did very well. You were on point, on time, and thanks very much. Next time your services will be at a cost, tell them.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Khaba Komape Aksa, is she here? Okay, she's not here. We had to improvise for Ms. Gasa and make sure that we do get the CEO for Naisa. Oh, for you collect. Okay, thank you very much on behalf of. Thank you. Good to see you. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for AXA. We need to clean audits this year, ne? Professor Tangisa Muloi, one of our gurus for the 4 IRs. He's not here. is not here. Professor Moloi? Okay, not here. I'll keep them at my place theirs if they are not there. The Chief Executive Officer, Chief Executive for NSA, for taking over on the ones that we could not have, and stepping in without asking any questions. Thanks very much. I think I'm done with the people that are on the list. Is there any other side of this list? Is it only 11 people? Okay. Then the last one will go, although it's preempted, to Mr. Duncan Hindle, who's going to do a vote of thanks, because after that vote of thanks, no one must speak. Thank you very much. We'll take for these people that are not here.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much. Maybe you may still wait for the program director to call upon you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO. At this point, colleagues, we have come to the conclusion of our proceedings. And because we are grateful people, we are going to invite Mr. Duncan Hindle, who is the chairperson of the Accounting Authority of ETTP SETA, to come and deliver a vote of thanks and closing remarks. In the meantime, whoever has arrangements for lunch must be approaching closer to me so that we make that announcement immediately after that. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good afternoon, colleagues, friends, everyone in the conference. Colleagues, I'm going to do a vote of thanks, but just the program does say a few closing remarks, and because of my age, I tend to be a bit reflective on these matters, Chair, if it's all right. And I just want to tell you a little story about, in 2001, it was Cabinet that directed the two ministers, Minister Member-TC Mladlana and Minister Kaida Asmal. Cabinet said to them, the two of you must get together, your departments must produce a human resource development strategy. Now, people who know those two ministers would recognize, firstly, some very strong personality differences between them. They were very different kind of people. And DDG and others from the department, you would recognize there were quite significant turf wars at that stage. To put it mildly, labor, of course, was labor and skills, and education didn't do skills, but they did do colleges. So there was a little bit, let me say, of a battle around that. So when the ministers came back from Cabinet and said to the two DGs, now you've got to get us together and work on this document, I can tell you the two DGs ran away as quickly as they could from the matter. And they looked for people in the department. It happened to be Miss Adrian Bird, may her soul rest in peace, from Labour, and myself from the Department of Education, who were told, you go and do this thing. Well, we did. We produced a bit of a document, and the picture we sold to the two ministers was that well-known picture of a house. And we said to the ministers, look, the foundations we're quite clear about. That's basic education. We know what we need to do there. Government does this thing. At the top end on the roof, we know we've got the universities, PhDs, research and development. That part's kind of sorted out. But we said to the ministers, this bit in the middle, the walls where the actual work gets done, we really don't know a great deal about this thing. And we had to say to the ministers, we don't think government can manage this middle part in any way. We're going to have to establish structures among people who know these things, obviously the employers and the employees who are in these different sectors. We're going to have to establish some sort of structure which is going to guide us around the work that needs to be done in this middle section. And that, of course, became the SETAs. And colleagues, friends, 23 years later, here we are. I have to say, well-placed systems and structures in place, we've come indeed a long way. So the first vote of thanks, frankly, I want to give is to all those stalwarts who over the 23 years have helped to both establish, to sustain, to develop and drive the work of the SETAs over these years to the point where we come to today. So thank you very much for that. And let me get to the vote of thanks. And let me say also, I thought it might be my age that gave me the privilege of doing this, but I'm hoping it's more to do with the fact that I'm associated with the ETDP sector. And ETDP, in the end, colleagues, is what we've all been here for the last 2 days. Education, training, and development. That's what we're all doing. We're doing it in our different ways, but that's frankly what we've been here for the last 2 days doing. And if we need any sort of evidence, colleagues, of what can be done when you put 21 SETAs together, I have to say this Congress is all the proof that you need. We have pulled this off in a relatively short time with a lot of hard work. And the Minister, by the way, did refer to this as an extra special summit. And I think we need to recall that. So, colleagues, because it has been such a success, lots of appreciation, I have to say, is due to many people. And I don't want to make a long list, but let me start with the Minister and Deputy Minister and the Director General, who have all graced this Congress for different parts. They've provided keynote addresses which have given direction, and we really do thank them for that leadership they've provided. Let's appreciate also all the other program participants that have contributed, either as speakers, as panelists, as facilitators, as program directors, whatever. I think they have all played a significant role and done their jobs well. Our SETA partners, who have all just signed the pledge now, the trade unions, organized business, community representatives, and of course organized government. Thank you all for being here. It's not always, colleagues, that at the end of a 2-day Congress you still have a full house as we have, and I really want to thank you all for that. In recognizing these different parties, let's also thank the exhibitors at the back of the hall. They often get forgotten about, colleagues, not just the SETAs that have exhibited, but the private sector partners as well. Thank you. You've enriched our deliberations. Thanks for being here. Let me also, the CEO has mentioned the work done in bringing us together. Let's acknowledge, colleagues, and appreciate the organizing team that has led the process, the content team that has tried to ensure we've got relevant content, and of course the marketing team who has sold us. You have all done a great job, and we thank you indeed. Together with the other support staff behind you, thanks for your contribution to indeed a well-organized summit. Thank you. And finally, you're going to give a round of applause to yourself as participants. You are the ones who have made the summit a success. Well done. But colleagues, all this planning, all the arrangements have been done largely through the CEO's office. You put in a huge amount of extra effort at, I know, a very busy time of year. We really do appreciate the work you've done. CEO Sesi, if you want us to relook at your performance appraisal, we might be able to do that, but that's separate. Colleagues, the final vote of thanks I would like to give, and this I think is on behalf of the chairperson, has to go to our chairperson of chairpersons, Mr. Tambo Ndlovu. Tambo has conceptualized the summit, he's driven the summit, and he's led us through this particular summit. So, Tambo, really, thank you for your contribution. Colleagues, if I've left anyone out, my sincere apologies. It's not intentional. You are hugely appreciated. Thank you to the program director for today. And I'm not sure if I need to close it off or will you do that. But thank you all. Thank you indeed for a wonderful summit.
Unfortunately, that's the part we cannot outsource even to age and wisdom, Chair. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think we can all bear testimony to the fact that through collaboration we have done it. As the chairs acknowledged everyone, we go back and even acknowledge those who were there right from the beginning of these processes. Melly Clark and the team they worked with right from the beginning to bring us to this point. And I think we can't overemphasize the leadership role played by the chair of chairs and the chair of CEOs and everyone who supported them. We take your lead. We basically want to declare for all other stakeholders to know that we are capably led and we shall pull the weight in our shoulders as well. Colleagues, lunch will be served at Serengeti. Serengeti is the dining hall next to where we had the gala dinner yesterday in OR Tambo, the venue. That is where we are going to have lunch. I've paid for everything already. Please join me over for lunch. Thank you very much. We adjourn. Travel safe. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. Well done. Good.
where you're not only supporting one jeweler, but you're supporting a community.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This AGM is focusing
on the 2022-2023 financial year.
Good corporate governance principles have led to positive results in all areas of the organization. The SETA this year obtained a clean audit outcome. We've done much better.
The Human Resources Development Council, which is chaired by the Deputy President of our country, recognizes that education, training, and skills in South Africa are integral to economic growth and social development, as set out in the National Development Plan. Let's then therefore embrace the opportunities that are ahead of us and